Hello. Hello. Sorry guys, got carried away with some coding. Okay, how are we all doing? How is everyone's Monday? How was your weekend? Of course, we start the stream with the bribery of the cat, as is a custom. We're just going to stare at the champion for a while. Where is it? There he is. Let's look at him. The one, the truly the great. Of course, got to keep the cat happy, right? 2 more, and then that's it. Last one. There you go. No more. Yeah, I got it on the weekend. I had like 20 void shards. And in my head I was like, there's no point me recording the video because I won't get anything good, right? And then he popped out on the 11th shard and I was like, oh my god, that's crazy. It's like the one champion that I would probably say I need for arena. Now that I've got him, I can build arena defenses. He actually did, like, the crazy thing is, I was thinking, oh, I can't really build him till he's booked. He needs, like, so few books. It's actually disgusting for Void Legendary. Like, basically needs 3. 2 even. 2 books. How nuts is that? 2 books. I got a Necret on the weekend, yes. Now I can actually build a team because I actually have stuff. Would I trade him for one of the new Void Legendaries? No. I think he's better than the Void Legendaries for Arena. I think he's just so much better because he enables you to build teams differently. So, but isn't it crazy? Like, look at this. Like, one turn. That's all he needs. This, you don't really care about this. It's not really important. Don't really give a damn. Taras is so much stronger. Yeah, but I feel like you can kill Taras. Whereas when it's a Necret team, I feel like it's very difficult to kill a Necret team in one shot. Where Taras, I can just disable and kill him, take him out, and then he's dead. So yeah, we'll be doing the free to play in a little bit now. I was just finishing up on the main account. Yeah, I needed basically one. Like, obviously, I need a lot more of the meta in an ideal way, but if I was to pick any of the meta champions, Necret the Great would be the one. Because he just makes things easier to do in Arena, right? You look at the Arena leaderboards right now. Obviously, we've just had a reset, so Platinum's a little bit empty. Necret is there, Necret. He's in all the teams because of the power he has in protecting. Not to say that Taras isn't good. You'd go Necret Taras, right? I mean, that's the difference. If you have Taras, you put him in. See, this is a classic example. I mean, having the ability to have Necret enables your team, your DPS to stay alive. Like, I can protect a Baron with Necret. I can't protect my Cupidus unless he's in Stone Skin without Necret. So that is the big difference. When you have Necret the Great, he opens up so many more doors for you versus when you don't have him. Like, he is a big deal for Arena for me. Like, it's a huge pull. It's like the biggest pull on my account for like 5 to 6 months. So, how does one disable Taras always struggle against him? You either kill him or you bring someone like a Ronda. What I'm saying is you can kill him. The only problem with Taras is obviously if he's in Stone Skin, you can't get rid of Stone Skin. Then, you know, you have to basically bring someone like a Harima or something to tank it up. But, you know, So what's the first team build with you try? I think I was speaking to Scratch earlier, and he was basically saying that Bolster Necra is the way to go. So I might try a Bolster Cupidus combo to start with. We could also try a Bolster Baron. There's so many different options. You can build him Protection, you can build him Stones, you can build him so many different ways. It's actually quite tricky. So I haven't quite figured that out yet. Saf, I was asking chat, with the Brimstone accuracy requirements, what should I switch Elva's Blessing to? I run her in the Mythwatcher team with Ninja as DPS and Seeker with Cruelty. You could go Aura, Matt, or you can move your Cruelty off Seeker and put Seeker into damage, because Seeker will do more damage. I could put Seeker into Phantom Touch. I like Aura though. Aura's a good idea. Or just build a little bit of accuracy on her, Matt, right? Like, it doesn't hurt to build 220 accuracy. Accuracy only really hurts when you get up to like 300 plus, like for arena and stuff like that. But there's no harm in building a bit of accuracy on Elva. Do you know what determines Romantus AI? Not really. Are we talking enemy AI? Because like maybe they've set it to do different things. I did pull an Necret, yes. They're not going to change it, no, Matthew. This actually changes here to stay, for sure. You can see that in the way that they've responded to everything. They won't backtrack at all. Hey, Space Toad, going good. Gonna build his... Yeah, obviously, like, he doesn't require accuracy because this cannot be resisted, so you don't need accuracy. So, it's basically HP and resistance and a bit of defense, you know? Yeah, Matt, exactly. So, you might find that the aura doesn't really make a difference. It depends on how high awakening you are, right? But certainly my Demitha didn't make a difference. But yeah, we will be doing more arena content now that we've got Necret the Great. We can do probably a plat push stream on a Monday early morning. We'll do lots of different things. Obviously, I need to build him. We won't be able to do that till Thursday. I got to get masteries on him. I literally just 60'd him. Haven't done anything else. Because obviously I'm trying to get this legendary book. My main account was pretty much, let's not bother with the champion training tournament. Good old Nightshade, Secret Panda. You're alright, you have him. For 50,000, no thanks. But I do need to get this book, so I'll have to jump on here later, probably, to do more training. Should be fine. Just burn some brews and stuff. But I'm like, yeah, I'll peace out, thanks. Not worth it for me. There's actually a lot of us in here. All from the same cluster. That's crazy. I'll get my 10k and I'll peace out. That's all I care about. I'll get my legendary book. That's all I care. It's not wild, Castle. It's frustrating. Basically, the more champions they release, the harder it becomes for me to make a progression in my account. Cat, what are you doing? So basically, the only way I can improve my account is very few champions. Because even grinding dungeons and stuff, and just like doing Hydra. Like, I haven't actually done Hydra yet this week, so I've got to do that at some point. But yeah. Let's switch over to the free-to-play. Because we have got to do a heck of a lot of champion training tonight. That is what we're going to be doing. You're going to be keeping me company whilst we go through and train the heck out of my free-to-play. Yes, 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 yes. Free Ancient Shard. Woohoo! Mysteries. Do we have any arena fights today? The answer is... yes. Good. Now, I'm pretty sure I need to do one of these silly challenges. Fighting Classic Arena with a team from Single Affinity. Okay, got it. Single Affinity. Deacon, you're out. Yeah, so I'll show you where I am with the free-to-play now. Let me just get this usual stuff out of the way. Oh, Deadwood Jedi's in the house. I didn't see you there, mate. Better not show my clan boss team on my free-to-play. He'll cry in a corner with how terrible it is. I don't even pay attention to what it does. I just run it. It's awful. God, I've got Earbad in the house. Everyone, all the challengers, Mullet Reaver. It's like a content creation corner coming on here. I need to do a 3v3. Hey Laszlo, I had a wonderful weekend. I actually took a bit of a step back and I've started having offline Sundays a little bit where I didn't really do much work on a Sunday. Normally I'm working 24/7, so it was healthy. All here to judge me. Wow. They're not here to spy on the challenger progress because I'm doing a literal... Do you want to see the wall of shame right now? You want to see the wall of shame? Let me just check that changed stream properly. It did. Look at the wall of shame. There I am. Number 1. Level 60. Isn't it? It's shameful, isn't it? I used to be top of these leaderboards. Now it's all odd one. And his goddamn Lysandras and Tomb Lords. Never with his, I don't know, Fenshies. Deadwood with his Elvers. All of you, gold. I got YST, Pythian, Toragi, Anax. We need to do the... I'm updating this tomorrow, probably. I've done a bunch of stuff today. That's why I was a little bit late. Look at it all. I can beat Deadwood's speed, though. If he really wants me to, I can beat his speed quite comfortably. I just haven't bothered. Look at it all. Odd one, odd one. Ah, it's so... Fiction, though. Rocking the Sand Devil. I haven't even been in there. Nightmare. Although, guys, what I would say is... For everyone who doubted me about whether or not you can get Ultra Nightmare in 1 month... It's possible. Look at that. 24.43. Now, he does have Helicath, so it's a bit of a cheat code, but that's not my top speed either. What's your top speed, Deadwood? How fast can you get your fastest champion? Yeah, he's got Helicath. But even if you have Helicath, you still need to, like, put the team together, right? But... Like, I could do Ultra Nightmare with an ally protector, pretty much. Like, I don't need Helicath to do it. I can do it with other champions. He's too... Yeah, like, you've listed 260. So I'm snacking on a wrap at the same time. Because you know me, I haven't had a chance to eat today. $272? I can beat 272. Ha. I'm pretty sure. Let's check. Been a minute. Pretty sure I can beat it. $280. $280. Eat it. Eat it. This is me, like... The only thing that I can beat someone on right now is beating Deadwood's Elva with my 280 Diabolist. Eat it. Yes. It's not even a good banner. Granted, I have to like 6-star my Diabolist to do that, which I haven't done. So it's not like I could do it right now, but I could do it if I wanted to. If I wanted to. Look at this double roll. Double roll, triple roll, double roll. Yeah, boy. You know, I'd have to take the Relentless gear off, which, I mean, it's not even glyph. Like, if I actually had glyphs and I could, like, glyph to +4, like, we could be talking, like, nearly 300 speed here. So, you know, I could do that. I need to do something a sec. Does 3v have a limit how many times you attack daily? I don't think so, Perty. I don't think so. There's no limit on that. Thanks, Ashley. You got Taras, Raglan, and Taras and Warlord is insane. That's insane. I mean, so speed gains is very much a question of can you get glyphs and can you get some double roll rares, right? If you double roll rare with some glyphs, you can get 350 speed pretty much easy, right? Which is it's fine. A lot of it is just about getting double rolls. I think a lot of people will put a lot of emphasis into like triple rolls and quad rolls. It's actually not that important. If you get a 6-star speed boot with double roll in all your slots and a double roll banner, you'll be at like 350 speed with Laura Steel. It's not too difficult to do in that sense. The issue comes when you want to start getting beyond 350 speed, then you start needing to go into triple rolls, which is a lot harder to do. Do you have a Shadow Kingdom market? Might get 3 stars. I won't get 3 stars here. I'm just a case of... I'm the only reason why I'm doing this is we are adding Faction Wars tomorrow. And I noticed my free-to-play account wasn't ranking. So... is Speed Team still meta? Well, put it like this, Tang. It's not about speed teams. It's about the fact that you might be facing 400 speed Yumikos with like 800 accuracy. So that's about going first, but there is still like... the top end is still nuts, right? You still need speed. You just don't build the old-fashioned Arbiter boost into drop defense into nuke, right? If we're talking speed teams as a boost into drop defense into nuke, that's dead. But certainly a fast Warlord or a fast Yumiko is still meta. Still very, very strong. But yeah, I needed to basically run a few faction wars so that... firstly, for the mission. Secondly, because I needed it to update into the achievements. Yeah, like Goal 5 is still great. You know, Goal 5 is still running Arbiter teams. So I'll run my Blender or run my triple boost into Baron a lot. It's only when you start getting into mid to high Goal 5 that you start needing to change. Would I pull for Taras? I mean, Taras, yes. I don't think Marichka is as big. I think Taras is bigger. But, like, who has... Like, I wouldn't buy Void Shards for them, because I just think... Unless you're close to Mercy, I don't think it's worth it, because you're looking at 200 Void Shards, which is a hell of a lot of investment. This is why having good knowledge of your Mercy Void Shards... of your Void Shards on Mercy is really good, because if you can get that ×2 going, then... Oh, he's nearly dead. Well then. If you can get that Mercy on a ×10 Void, it's actually quite a good chance. So... I don't know if he's going to be able to do this. I mean, if I just put some gear on him, that would help, right? I did get these today. From the arena. Happy with that. No crit rate. The base stats are pretty poor, but it's 4-star Divine. We'll take that. Got this, which is pretty cool. That's nice. Some of the luck that I've rolled recently. We Chaos Sword this the other day. Chaos Sword that. Would take that. It was an attack percentage without speed. It's now accuracy with speed. You can't really get much better than that. So that was cool. I've kept all these pieces. I don't really know why, to be honest. They're pretty trash. Look how much I dodged things. I didn't get Deadwood's luck from the speed gear. But we got that, 14-2. It's pretty cool. Not bad. So, yeah, I mean, got these speed boots here, which are pretty cool. We did get the other day this. We picked this up from a random dragon run for doing one of the 3, the advanced quest of the day for the 3 pieces from dragon. I picked that up. I was like, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Dandabear. Your quid's in now. Now it's worth you pulling, right? I literally, because I just got Necret, there's 0 point me pulling for Taras because the chances are I'm not going to get it. And it's a waste of my investment right now. I'll build it up over time. So, hey, Saf, is Mikolas worth building on the free-to-play or for CB? What does Mikolas do? Go away. Mikolas, he's an Ogren, right? Mikolas. Decrease the damage or the champion save the damage. Place a shield. I mean, if you haven't got an ally protector, then he's not a bad shout. But he's only 25%. It's not great. He's quickly replaceable, so he's okay. Yeah. Again, like as Deadwood said, he's good for faction wars, right? So if you invest in him early, then he's not the end of the world, but you will outscale him, right? Don't go crazy investing in him. He's a raise. I don't know if you 60 him. Maybe. He's not like a Bella with 60, right? Where you can just use him universally. Dandabear going crazy with the gifted memberships. He's created 5 new minions. He's like a minion machine. Thank you, Dandabear. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Check is passive. Decrease the damage all out of the champion. Yeah, but it's a bit like the Tanix passive, right, Deadwood? You know, the Tanix passive is... It's a bit like that, where it's like, it's good, but is it really good? Like, you're not reducing that damage, you're taking that damage. You're just transferring it. What faction is Tanix in? I always forget. Is she undead? No. Tanix. There she is. Like, it's the same thing as this, right? She reduces the damage, she takes it instead. It's all you're doing is you're moving it. It's okay. Yeah, it puts it to 50%, I guess. Yeah, it's not too bad. Oh yes, I've been chosen. Can't spend it though. Thank you very much, Dan the Bear. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. But yeah, so the gear is in it. My gear is way better than my champion. You know, we got this, which is a pretty nice piece. So we didn't get much luck with these pieces here. Like, got a flat stat there. That's gonna be a Chaos Ore probably. Don't have that available to me right now. Chaos Ore. We're keeping them because they're hard to get, right? But they didn't roll too amazingly. So keeping some of this provoke set. This didn't roll too good either. But we kind of need another piece for this Gembo, right? I mean, I suppose we could go with that, but I feel like let's give him that for the shields. And we need an attack percentage chest. I don't really have an awful lot of them. Guess you could have that. It doesn't really need accuracy, but hey. Crit damage. Do we have anything good here? Crit damage with crit rate? No. Is anyone hoarding crit damage with crit rate gloves? Well, he's chilling. He is, obviously, but we need to keep that on him. It's kind of sucky, really. Crit rate. Oh, we could take that and put a crit rate set. Let's do that. Just to give him some stuff. It's not the best pieces in the world to do, though. Gets him up to 64%. It's a pretty average build. It'll do. You haven't got him masteried at all. Haven't got him booked. Oh, look. A 3-star chicken. We'll take that. Thank you. Game. Let's see what we can get through. Right, what we got? Sorry, I got distracted there. Adam Bulwark Guardian is pretty good. Yeah, he's pretty good. Also remember, Bulwark Mastery is also Coffin Smasher does it straight up better than passive. Yeah, exactly. The Coffin Smasher just flat reduces. That's the difference. You're kind of transferring it. It's okay, but you still got to remember he's going to take that damage, right? There needs to be a silver mine. There is a silver mine. It's called Spider. Spider is the silver mine. You just get a few accessories along the way. Did I get any good voids this weekend? I got, just a casual Necra at the Great. It was a really good weekend for me. I only pulled 20. It's all I got, but it was well worth it. You pulled a 6-star soul for Judge, worth building for do damage. Judge is great in Clan Boss. My Judge can do like 50 million. Castle. Judge is hidden OP. I wonder if I can do the boss. That'd be cool. I don't think I've got any champions for this. I've kept the Bloat Wraith, but I don't know if they can. Let's just see if they can power their way through it. Yeah, of course it is Deadwood. Hang on. Yeah, of course. He's like baby Lord Shazar. Where is it? I have so many screenshots, I have to try and find the right one. Nope. Is it this one? There you go. Not quite 50, but it's close enough. That's on Nightmare. Obviously, on... he's built for Nightmare, but he can do it on Ultra Nightmare as well. That's like 4-star. It already has dead. Basically, my shard luck is now blown for the next 6 months because I got Necra at the Great. But he's pretty, he's universally really good. He's good for Faction Wars, he's good for Doom Tower Secret Rooms because he's got that AoE that does lots of debuffs. But he can also, just do insane amounts of damage for Clan Boss. So... yeah, because his A2 is AoE, right? So you just get lots of debuffs. Now, obviously, his A1 damage is where that's coming from. It's going on the fact that there's lots of debuffs on a single target. But you can just put him on the A2 and he chucks out debuffs left, right, and center, and it's pretty good. So plat push when? So I'm going to be building him Thursday stream, Dutchy. On Thursday stream, we'll be building a couple of teams, working at some strategies, and we might do a push on Monday. But it depends on my schedule and stuff like that. I've already got one on the free-to-play Deadwood, yeah. I kept one in safe. I haven't built him yet because I haven't had a lot of playtime on the free-to-play. But I'm gonna keep one for the free-to-play because for Dark Elves faction, until you get Lydia, he's a real help. Look at my level 1 with my level 30 Wretch. You might be wondering why I've got a level 30 Wretch. He's my only HP burner. Apart from Coffin Smasher. And my strategy is to basically go that, Gravefire, into Hearken, Spread, into Magnar, Extend. That's currently my prospective Spider 20 farm. I don't quite know how it's going to work. We need to do 3v3. But that's the plan, right? I'm basically going to do... where is he? I think he's an undead horse. We're going to do this A3, which places a HP burn. We're going to take that HP burn, and we're going to give it to Hearken Greatblade. Hearken Greatblade is going to extend the HP burn and spread it everywhere on 2 turns. And then we're going to bring in Magnar, who's going to extend every single burn. You're still going to need a tank. He can tank it. Magnar can tank it. I don't know what affinity Spider 20 is, mind. I haven't looked that far ahead. It's only a perspective idea. What is it? Spider 20 is Spirit. So I'd have to basically pick all magic champions to go with it. Which Wretch is going to be strong affinity. Oh. Yeah, yes. No, he's weak. So, not Spider 20, but Spider 19 I can. That's the only viable option I've got until I get Drexar. And then when I get Drexar, it's much easier. Hello, Honumana. Hola. Right, where were we? We were doing tag. Right, can we kill anyone here quickly? Freebie kills, yes. Burn it. Need to do 5 fights here. I need to basically do an easy clan boss run as well, because I've got to do the silly survive 20 turns, which I didn't really think, so that's going to cost me brutal damage. I'm pretty happy at like Spider 10 for now. I think it's okay. I had the same quest, hit normal. Alright, I'll see if I can survive normal. It's questionable. You're on 20,000 points. Wow. I'll show you where I am on mine. I'm not in a great place on mine. What do I think about Abora? Abora is really good for Hydra. Abora also is very good if you can get the right number of debuffs. If you can set up the team correctly, she can AoE decrease defense. She hits really hard. I have no idea Earbad. I'll have to have a look, basically. All I know is Brutal, I'm doing about like 5 to 6 million at the moment. I did 9 million on normal, on easy the other day. So, when I had the same thing. Eventually, we're going to do this with my 2 level, well, with my OP Coffin Smasher. $35,000, nice. It was nice actually because someone in my group on my main, as I said, like literally hit like 15,000 on like within the first hour. So I was like, I'm not going to bother with my main trying to get Altan. But actually, if I can get Altan on my free to play, it's like a damaged version of Cornelia, which is actually a pretty good carry. So, you know, it's a legendary in the end. I take it at this point in time. It's not quite the Ally Protector legendary that we all want, but we all can't be the Nevers of the world. It's actually pretty brutal on the weekend, right? So I pulled my 2 voids on my free to play I had 2 void shards, one from the daily log, and I think I got one from the monthly. Out of my 2 void shards, I got a dagger, which is not terrible for the faction wars, but I've got Deacon, so kind of worthless. And I also got Harrow specs, which again, for the free to play on the faction wars will be quite good. But then in our Discord, we've got like a Hellhades chat Discord. Never sends me a screenshot going, yeah, I got a good amount of stuff for my shards. He pulled 2 voids and a sacred shard, and he got White Dryad Nia and Taragi. I'm like, I just want 1 Ally Protector, and I got Dagger and Haruspecs, and you pulled 2 Ally Protectors, and you've now got the choice between which one you want to use. I'm like, no, mate. I was like, are you serious? Are you trying to make me unhappy with my life? It's the Pope has gifted 1 membership. Who is he? He's made Kessel a minion. People are creating minions today. Thanks very much, It's the Pope. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, yeah, Earbad. That's what I'm saying. Dagger's going to be good for faction wars, right? But what I was saying was, for just general gameplay, I've got Deacon already, so there's my AoE decreased defense, and then for decreased attack, I've got Coffin Smasher. So I was like, it's not a terrible void to pick up, but in terms of like the overall grand scheme of things, it's like a void I'll look at in about a month's time, not right now. I was like, for God's sake. Yeah, she's good. I'm not saying she's a terrible void, as I'm saying, but it was just like, when you compare Taragi and, oh, not so much Taragi, but White Dryad near to Dagger, I'm like, nah, it's not even on the same page. You got 9 voids and got nothing. What voids did you get out of that? Like, did you get any decent rares, or were they just all terrible rares? I pulled 11 voids for 11 rares. I'm yet to get any crowd control ally protection. Oh, I feel your pain. I can't complain though, because I did get Hoscarol from a random ancient, and it's actually proven to be quite good. What does your tournament look like on the free-to-play? I will go through that now. I'm just trying to get some of my missions done. Oh my god, it's disgusting. Sorry, Scratch is just sending me a picture of his 3-star Awakened Necret the Great in protection, and let's just say it's a little bit gross. We're talking 120,000 HP gross. It's probably not even the biggest one of them all. Whoa, what's going on? Smurf Blue is gifting. Everyone's going mental creating minions today. Good lord. Totally not needed, but I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Smurf Blue, for making 10 more minions. Wow. You guys. If you're not already a member of the Discord, by the way, guys, we do have a Minion Mountain Discord. Let me get that invitation link. There we go. Let's get that out here. There you go. If you want to keep in touch with everything that we're doing in HH Gaming Network and my specific stuff, and want to be more, I don't know, talk with me more often, I guess, and talk with everyone here, head over, join the Discord. But really appreciate it, Smurf Blue, and It's the Pope, and I think it was also Dan DeBeer. Thank you so much for gifting those memberships. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Pretty cool. Why do I keep Brimstone on Rhonda? Because, I'll be honest, I actually don't use my Rhonda an awful lot anymore. I just haven't bothered changing it. I use my Rhonda as much as it's an arena thing, right? She's in arena to basically kill someone every now and then. I don't use my Rhonda. Just watched your Akintum solo. So, Mike, he was originally in Giant Slayer anyway. And I did have a bit in the video where I wondered if Giant Slayer could activate on his passive, because his passive deals direct damage. So I left Giant Slayer up thinking, if he activates Giant Slayer on his passive, does he get even more healing? Potentially, though, I maybe would change it around a bit more, because he is struggling a little bit in different areas. So, yeah. But that was my logic. Welcome. If you want the minion role, just request it in the request minion role. Because we don't have the integration right now. There's meant to be an integration where I can just like connect YouTube, so you automatically get it if you're in there. But apparently, our Discord is not graced with the option for that, so I have to do it manually. But just there's a channel for request minion role. Just put it in there, and I'll grant you the role. Is there any place you would recommend using Jinwon? Yeah, Jinwon's role is to counter Kaima. That is Jinwon's exact role, right? So if you're in an arena and you've got a Kaima or a champion that's going to give you crowd control, someone like a Cornelia or an Umbral, his job is he comes in, he intercepts that sleep, he cleanses it, puts block debuffs up, and you still get a turn. That is Jinwon's main role. The other thing you can use him for is kind of like a pseudo hybrid perma extender. That's another option you can do if you want to. Wonder if we can do this. We did get a couple of 2-stars here. Like, if there was an extra Shadow King around, as someone said, I could do it, but there's not. Maybe I can pull one. To a hot... No, you won't see me in a hot tub. I'm pale enough, thanks. So, for all you Americans in chat, if there are any Americans in chat, Last night was the first time that I watched American football. And I gotta say, it is the worst sport I've ever watched in my life. Nothing happens in American football. You literally sit there for 5 minutes, and then they kick the ball, and then they move the ball, and then they stop for another 5 minutes, and then they move the ball for 10 seconds, they run like 5 meters, they stop the ball. Like, what is the point of American football? It's so, like, static. You just like, oh, we've moved forward 10 minutes. I'm like, I don't know. It's just, I'm like, to be fair, I don't really understand an awful lot of it. I don't watch cricket either. Cricket is just as bad. Same thing with golf. Golf is not a sport. Golf is a rich man's thing to, like, when they've got nothing better to do with their life and just, like, go run around a field. I don't really understand why you would watch it. And to be honest, you can't even see the damn golf ball. So I don't even understand how it's a spectator sport. But I was just watching it and I was like, they set out this play for about 20 seconds or 30 seconds. They run for 5 seconds and they stop for a minute. And that is the entire, like, I watched it for half an hour towards the end, the final quarter, and I think they played for 2 minutes. And I'm like, this is a sport? People like this? But hey, I don't mean to insult anyone with it. It's the first time I've ever watched American football. I was curious about it. Yeah, he's not going to be able to do this, is he? It's just too much damage. Maybe one day. Worthwhile. But you can do this, though, so we can just get that going. I watched the halftime super thing, though, where they're on platforms and everything. Pretty cool. Is he my next 60? I don't know. We're going to have a look at the champion train. I'm going to do a bit of a summary in a minute. I'm just doing some of the dailies here, and then we'll see where we are. Don't get me wrong. Some football matches, Deadwood, are awful, right? But when you actually see, like, you know, Barcelona passing tiki-taka in full flow, when you actually see, like, Man City in full force, like, it's really fun to watch. But there can be some football matches, if you're watching Burnley away, where they're just basically, like, defending constantly and it's really boring, right? Halftime show was terrible. I thought it was really good. But then again, like, it reminded me of, like, how many actual hits in that Rihanna actually sung. It's actually crazy. When you think she missed, like, 4 or 5 number ones she didn't even include in her halftime Super Bowl, it's actually kind of nuts how many number 1 songs she's actually managed to make. So, is anyone, just while we're talking on sport, in, like, what is it? 3 weeks' time, Formula 1 is back. We also have, like, Drive to Survive on Netflix. I'm really excited about that. I'm big into Formula 1. Not a Max Verstappen fan. We don't like Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen is a bit of an, well, many different words for Max Verstappen. I said sports. I follow Formula 1, yeah. Drive to Survive. Yeah, I actually really like Drive to Survive. Like, if you take Drive to Survive as, like, a documentary that's meant to hype and make drama, which is what I do, right? I'm not saying, like, everything that happens in Drive to Survive is factually correct, because it's not. But in terms of, like, you know, just getting an insight into it, like, I learned so much in terms of how teams operate and different challenges they face and how different, like, behind the drivers, how it all works and stuff. Like, that's the good thing about Drive to Survive. You actually get to see how teams work and operate between each other and the struggles they face. But in terms of, like, all the drama about drivers now, we know that's manufactured, right? It's designed to be. It's a documentary, so it's not meant to, like, be boring. So the Formula 1 race, like, Kim, don't get me wrong. Again, some Formula 1 races can be boring if there's no overtaking, but some of them are, like, really, really good. Like, I don't really watch the Monaco Grand Prix because it's literally whoever's in pole position wins. But some of the actual really good Grand Prix, the ones where they do sprint races, where there's actually a lot of overtaking that can be happening, it can really make a big difference. And with Formula 1, you actually have lots of strategy going into it and lots of different moving parts and things can happen. I don't agree with all of it sometimes, but golf is more sport than driving to me. I mean, the problem I have with golf, it's like if I play golf as a sport, I don't watch golf, right? It's not very spectatory. Whereas Formula One is much more of a it's much more of a spectacle. Whereas with golf, it's like, can I see the golf ball that's flying through the air, like from all the way over there, that I can't actually see whether he's got any, like, come on. It's like snooker. Like, snooker is not a spectator sport, right? I don't care what you say. It's just really not. MotoGP about to start too, yeah. What about darts? Nah. Again, like, darts is one of those things, if you play it, it's fun. But if you're not playing, it's not like it's that exciting to watch someone throw something at a dartboard every... Like, it's pretty cool when you see someone, like, do, I don't know, back-to-back 180s, right? But it's not really a spectator sport. Thoughts on rugby? As a Welsh fan, obviously, rugby's kind of big. I prefer rugby to American football because at least with rugby, you have like passing maneuvers, you have phases of play, you have tackling, the rucks and obviously like the skills behind that, and you can actually see like run-in football. Whereas I feel like NFL, from what I was watching, is basically stop-start too much. But again, rugby can be like that as well. If it's a really bad rugby match, then it can be pretty awful. But as a Scotsman. Isn't it Scotland-Wales next match, Oxlane? It's not a great position for either of us because we're both kind of sucking right now as countries. Snooker's like pool. No, I wouldn't watch the scrum. What I really enjoy about rugby, Deadbolt, is when players it's when you have a team that is built for running rugby, right? A team that's good with offloads. Like New Zealand style rugby is what I really enjoy. I don't really enjoy some of the scrummaging rugby that can get really boring and bogged down. And they're trying to get rid of that, really, to be honest. So. Oh yeah, we did, didn't we? I haven't been following the Six Nations as much because I watched Wales play Ireland and they lost within 20 minutes, and I was like, that's going to be a rip. So we'll move on from that quite quickly. So, but yeah, so it's the thing, right? If people want to call darts a sport, then there's no argument that anyone can have about esports, like, you know, League of Legends and CS:GO and that not being a sport, right? Because if you can basically watch people throw something against a board and call it a sport, you can watch people play computer games and call it an esport. EA Sports, it's in the game. Yeah, Wales at the moment are just going through a transition because it just didn't work with PVAC and they brought back Gatlin now, so it's kind of like changing the guard, right? You've got Alan Wynne-Jones, he's getting older, you've got a lot of the old guard leaving, so see you later, Deadwood. Thanks for hanging out. If you haven't already subscribed to Deadwood, King of the Clan Boss, check out his website, use his calculator, it's really good. Highly recommend it. The man, the myth, the legend. Exactly, Matthias, right? If I'm in a bar with someone, having a few drinks, there's a dartboard, I'll play it. It's fun. If I'm playing darts, it's fun. I'm not going to go casually watch darts as a sport, right? It's a bit weird. I don't know. Especially watching, like, I don't know, people who spend too much time in a bar, I guess. It depends, like, I actually think the best esport right now is CSGO. Because I think CSGO has everything that you need. Like, it's easy to understand how the game works. It's not complicated. You don't need to understand any of the mechanics. There's no deep champion pools. There's no skills going on. It's exciting. There's hype moments. There's 1v2s. Like, if you've never watched CSGO, you could basically watch one match and understand everything that's going on. So it makes it a really good esport. I hope they can make Raid into an esport. You know, if they bring Live Arena and they do it properly, we could get Raid esports, right? You know, you have a ban phase, you have countermeasures. If you build up the economy and the structure correctly, you can make Raid competitive. The problem is right now, they haven't done that, and there's a lot to try and bring it back to that competitive angle. So, you know, you could do scouting on opponents, so you know what they've got in their arena build. You can know kind of what they lean in preference to. But right now, what Raid needs more than anything else to be competitive, it needs more countermeasures. Like, we need better ways to counter Stone Skin, better ways to counter Reaction, better way to counter specific champions, specific blessings. At the moment, it's just a little bit too much. This is too strong. You've got to find some really crappy way to beat with it. So like, for example, Polymorph is absolutely fine to have as a blessing if there's something that counteracts Polymorph. Everything that you choose to do in the arena must have a pro and con to make a competitive angle. Because you have that in like any esport, right? League works really well because if you put all of your eggs in a bot lane, then you need to sacrifice something at the top lane because you can't expect every single lane to carry. You can't invest all your resources in one place. Like, you can't spread your resources so thin. And that's the same thing, right? If you take Dragon, then you might lose something on the other edge of the map. What they've done in League is balance it around decision-making, where you choose to do one thing, it's going to cost you somewhere else. Now, obviously, League and Raid are not like compatible as a one-to-one comparison. But when you put Polymorph in, there should be a penalty that you have to try and counteract, right? There should be some way that if I can see someone who's got Polymorph, I can bring another blessing that can kind of go, oh, that's going to punish you for that. And that's going to do something for that. Because right now it doesn't, yeah? That's the problem with the blessings, is they're not counterable at all. They do one thing and that's it. So I wouldn't say League has been hard dumbed down. I would say they've added mechanics to make it easier to manage the game. But I would say the mechanics of the champions that they're bringing out are actually quite technical. It's one of the big bugbears that a lot of the new champions that League develop are extremely complicated, and therefore they're very difficult to balance. You know, like your Zeres of the world, right? They have so much uniqueness about them. No matter what you do, you either make them really, really good and really overpowered or really, really bad. But it requires the skill to play them. Like, I can't, for the life of me, play champions like Zoe. It's just too much is going on. I play League in my downtime because it's the only game that I can pick up and play. Because I can play it for 30 minutes and then, like, move on. So it's my chill-out game normally. I'm not good enough at... I've never been very good at, like, Counter-Strike and stuff like that. I've never really been a first-person shooter kind of guy. So, what blessing is best for Heffrak? I mean, probably Soul Reap, but you could also go Lightning Cage. It depends whether you want to protect his buffs or not. If you're going first, Soul Reap is pretty good. If you're going second, Lightning Cage is probably better. Tomorrow's video that I'm recording in the morning will be very much focused around how I would have created the blessings to be more balanced, for a better word. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but basically how I would structure the blessings model that they've got to actually improve overall, but also give like a game dev's balance to it, like give players a reasonable decision about how they build things. Because a lot of the problems with the blessing system at the moment is there's a lack of decision. You know, you basically look at it and go, well, I could do this and I could do that, but all of those are pretty terrible, so my choice is this. It's not really a choice, it's the only thing I can choose to do. Which is why Brimstone got used so much, right? I could do this and I could do that. If I want to do damage, well, in less than 6-star, Crushing Rend is terrible. Cruelty is, I only need one of them. Aura doesn't really help me, so it's either Phantom Touch or Brimstone. So, in terms of options, I don't have a choice. Whereas Blessings should always be choice-driven, right? There should be cost benefits. So it costs me something to get it, but I benefit in one way, but there's a penalty that can also be fired against me. So it has to have some sort of strategy. I can't just slot in one bless and off I go. At the moment, it's literally an arena, slot polymorph GG, which is terrible as a game design, right? Because there's no balance involved in that. It's basically having, like, polymorph in Raid is the cat, Yumi, right? Polymorph in Raid is to what Yuumi is in... Polymorph in Raid is to what Yuumi is into League. It's so blind, numbingly boring and easy win that people just ban it because it's dull, right? You can't target the cat. The cat just sticks on whoever's OP and wins the game. Does too much damage. It's way too OP a champion and has been a problem for ages and has been permabanned in pro play all the time. And that's the same thing with Polymorph. If something can just be slotted in and it doesn't matter who you put it on, what you put it on, it's bad design, in my opinion. Because I should be making executive decisions in my head. Like I should be making gameplay decisions when I look at something and go, is it going to benefit me? Like I put Polymorph on any champion that doesn't do damage for Arena. Because Necra, if I get a soul for him, will have Polymorph. Because why else would I put anything else? It's too strong. Exactly. There's no penalty to picking Polymorph. So you might as well just pick it. Because it's not like Life Harvest is actually one that I would consider using. Because I was talking with YST earlier about King Garog. And we were basically saying King Garog's actually quite good in the current meta. Because King Garog has the A3, where there's more buffs, he deals more damage. And we're in a buff meta right now. You can't remove any buffs because of Polymorph. Therefore, King Garog is better. And what King Garog has is a unique passive, where if someone gets revived, he gains a lot of benefits, right? I'll show you that now as we finish this run. So King Garog basically has this passive here, right? Where whenever an enemy champion is revived, fills the turn meter of this champion by 20%. And for each enemy revived, then places an increase attack and crit damage buff. Now in this situation, Life Harvest is actually quite good for him. Because not only is he going to get this 30% for every revived, he's also going to get the Life Harvest one, and he's going to destroy enemy max HP. He's designed in a... If you have a team that's like Duchess, Pythian, Wither, Necra, like a really ultra tanky team, he's perfect into that. Because this is going to ignore loads of buffs, because it's a buff meta. You can't get rid of it. Now, the only problem with King Garog here is obviously Affinity is terrible for Duchess. He's never killing Duchess. But this is where I think having Life Harvest buffed is actually quite a good change, because he offers options to be able to deal with those types of teams. I wouldn't necessarily say it's amazing on him, but that's an option to use on him. What else do we need to do here? We need to go blast silver keys. So let's just go smash this for a bit. He's good. So if you have 10 buffs on someone, this is how you work it out, yeah? He ignores 20%. If there's 10 buffs, he's going to ignore 50%. You put Savage Cruel on him, he is a 100% ignore defense. Now, the likelihood is you're never going to be in a situation where there's 10 buffs out, because it's actually quite difficult. You're always going to be around about 80%. So that is actually quite a big difference between 8 buffs and 10 buffs. That means like potentially like 50% more damage. It's actually quite nuts, because even a little bit of defense can like limit your damage potential. But in the current meta where you can't remove buffs, Garog is a potentially good option. Affinity just kind of ruins him, and also his cooldowns ruin him. So I was talking to YST about this. What are you doing? Can you stop running over this thing? Aye. Cat's on patrol. You done? No? Alright. No? Okay. The cat is on patrol. Go on. Silly animal. Cat emote went. I'm actually going to get made soon. I was thinking about this the other day. I'm going to work on them. Why is it that you must put something flat on a surface the cat must lay on it? I don't really know. They have an obsession, right? You put a towel on the floor, they sit on the towel. And there's like a huge floor. You put anything on the floor, they have to sit on it. If there's a box, they have to sit in the box. It's a cat thing. But the problem with King Garog is his cooldowns as well as his affinity, right? So for example, what I suggested they should do as a rework to make Garog more balanced is instead of this reducing the cooldown of Goremaker, I would swap them around. I would make this attack once every 2 times or every 3 times and have a 50% chance of reducing Goremaker. I'd move the stun over to here and I would go attacks 4 enemies at random, has a 50% chance of placing a stun, which is increased to like 75% if not. And then I would have this still on that cooldown. So it means that you have a better chance of trying to get this reduced down, but also some crowd control. That's what I would do if I was rebalancing him. I just swap them around because I think it's better. This being on a 5-turn cooldown and this being on a 3-turn cooldown, this 50% is actually pretty trash. If you don't get good RNG, it's really bad. So if you move that over to here, you can leave this as a 5-turn cooldown, put that as a 3-turn cooldown with a stun on a random attack. I think it's a really good champion then. The affinity is a problem on him, but hey, if you're fighting like a Sify Pythian team, he's good. Is he being rebalanced? No. At least I don't know. All I'm saying is what I would do if he was on the list of being rebalanced. We should probably try and get our energy regen going here. Yeah, they would, Darth, but they did that with Vlad, so it's not beyond the realm of possibility, right? Vlad's A3 got completely changed into a different animation. But yeah, so I think like tomorrow's video, I'm going to be talking about what it's almost going to be like a dev diary feel to it, right? If you've ever seen dev diaries on games, I'm going to try and do a video like that where it's basically me kind of saying, if I was the game developer, how would I have built or rebalanced blessings, and how would I have gone around trying to make a system which generates revenue, adds gameplay relevancy, you know, gives players choices, and also makes it feel like it's worth farming the souls for. Because right now, their rebalances made people not want to farm souls, probably reduce the amount of spending for a mid to low spender. The Krakens probably have gone crazy because they spend money regardless. They would have probably spent money anyway. And they've just created a bad taste around the whole blessing system because they haven't been consistent. Whenever you do game development, whenever you do production, whenever you do anything like that, it's all about consistency. Asperta, have a nice sleep. Rest up. Thanks for hanging out. Whenever you design or develop anything, you should always keep consistent with an overall arching theme, right? We get recommendations, or not so much recommendations. I get asked to add things to the optimizer regularly. Can I have this? Can I have that? Can I have this? Can I have that? Sometimes we'll add it. More often than not, we'll see if we can add it. But sometimes, if something is being suggested that doesn't correspond with our overall vision and our consistency in terms of what the optimizer is meant to do, it's a straight out no, because we have a structure, we have a system, we have a position that we hold in terms of what does this tool do, what is it designed to do. We're not going to change that just because we don't like the outcome, unless the outcome is having a negative impact on our player base, right? So if I have an optimizer that people are not liking because of something, then I'm going to change that to make it more enjoyable. I'm not going to change it because people are enjoying it, or if it doesn't fit with my vision, which is what they've done with the blessings, right? They've basically changed the blessing system from something that people were enjoying somewhat to something they're not enjoying at all, which is kind of a negative sum change. Oh, I was meant to go through the champion training situation. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked and talking about different things outside of the realms of thing. Let me just get these silver keys done so we get the advanced quest done. And then I will go through what my plan is for the rest of this stream and also where we are with the free-to-play account. They are system about wanting more money. I mean, did you guys see the tweet that they put out? Where someone basically said it's really unfair, but someone said basically, which I thought was a really balanced statement. They said, I would be fine with all of the blessing changes to Brimstone if you just made it so that I didn't require accuracy. And their response was, you don't need accuracy at level 6. with a thumb, I don't know, an elbow muscle emoji. And I was like, mate, you're way out of touch. Way out of touch. If that's your social media response to someone basically trying to give you a balanced response and feedback to something that's being negatively reviewed, and you're basically saying, just spend money, mate, that's just bad for me. I was just like, come on, guys. Because it's inconsistent with what they were saying, right? They started off with saying the reason why we did brimstone changes because everyone used it and damage dealers were using it and it was never meant to be for damage dealers. Then it changed from damage dealers to being tanks were using it. It was never meant to be for tanks. And now it's like, oh, well, you know, accuracy was, it was because there was no accuracy requirement. That was the issue. And I'm like, well, if you thought brimstone was too strong, why didn't you touch the damage? By only affecting lower awakening, what you're telling me is you want me to get to higher awakening to unlock the power of brimstone. So if I have a 6-star awakened tank, I'm still going to use it. But you've just told me that it's not designed to be used on tanks. Well, I'm like, well, if that's the case, it's not like you're saying my 6-star awakened tank can't use it. You're saying my 1-star awakened tank can't use it, which tells me you think it's too strong, but not too strong to wail for. It's inconsistent. Like, if the situation was brimstone was too strong, which arguably you could say brimstone was too strong, right? I think everyone would agree that brimstone is a strong blessing. That's fine. Nerf the damage. Make the damage scale. That's fine. Everyone would be like, that's pretty rubbish, but hey, we get it. It was probably a bit too strong. If I can do 100,000 damage at rank 1 instead of 250,000 damage on rank 1, fine. It incentivizes me to keep pushing for Iron Twins because I will improve but not make it enabled, right? It's the same thing with Crushing Rend. Crushing Rend is trash unless you're 6-star, because you can only use it once. Now, for a champion like Seer, it's not a problem, because she one-shots a wave, but in most situations, Crushing Rend is pointless, unless you're 6-star. Now, if they made it so it's scaled, that it always happened, but the percentage you got scaled, like it does, then people would be like, oh, that's cool. It's worth me doing Iron Twins, because I'm going to get something out of it. Right now, people are like, the chances of me getting a 6-star legendary soul is like 1 in a billion. It's just like, I don't have a 6-star legendary soul, and I have bought packs, not many, but I've bought some, and I've done Iron Twins since it's come out. So it's really hard to get 6-star legendary souls. Really hard. So there you go, Graf, and you've got it. You don't need it at 6. So yeah, exactly, Brad. Like that's what they're forgetting is, like, there's not that many good options for legendary blessings in PvE, because a lot of the blessings are PvP. So you know, like when we're looking at damage for PvE in terms of blessings, you're not going to pick Polymorph, that's a PvP blessing. You're not going to pick Life Harvest, it's a PvP blessing. So that's already 2. Ward of the Fallen is a PvP blessing, that's 3. So of the 6 available legendary blessings, 3 are already excluded. Then we got the banner, the aura. Well, for PvE, you don't need the legendary aura. You can get away with the epic aura. So that's probably 4 that's been eliminated. Then we're left with Brimstone. We're left with Lightning Cage. Lightning Cage is a PvP blessing, so that's 5. So basically, of all the legendary blessings available to me, Brimstone is the only viable one for PvE. So maybe that's why Brimstone was 20 times more popular, because, like, in the grand scheme of things, Brimstone is just better, because there's no other better option. You know, Soul Reap is good in PvE, but a lot of the bosses mitigate the damage. It's like, it's not like the way they describe it is not the same in bosses. Hydra Soul Reap is really bad because it reduces the damage because it's coded as AoE and it doesn't ignore that passive. So if they want to make Soul Reap ignore the passives like it's described to in PvE, great. I'll pick Soul Reap over Brimstone. But considering Soul Reap does like 20,000 damage in Hydra, I'll pick Brimstone, does more damage. So have I done Doomtown 50? No, I'm stuck on it. Ruz, I just can't do enough damage to the Griffin before he kills me. So I'm hoping when I get more 6 stars this week, I'll be able to get through it, Ruz. But I'm in the same boat as you. I can't get past 50, and it's really annoying because it's got energy on there. The only good thing is I got time, right? I got a couple more days before I need to start really pushing on with it. Yeah, some bosses is good for Squifster. What I'm saying is Soul Reap, as is described, is not how it works in PvE. Because in PvE, it doesn't ignore the damage reduction effects like it's described. So if a boss has some sort of damage reduction effect, it doesn't bypass it. Which is really frustrating for me. Because how often have you actually gone to hit a boss and one-shot? Like, for example, Soul Reap, it doesn't ignore shields. So if I'm attacking a Necret champion, it won't kill the target because it doesn't ignore the shield. It doesn't factor in the shield into the remaining HP because that's the way that the game is coded. Shields are different to HP, so there's problems with it. Has anyone in the free-to-play clan done a level 100 Doom Tower? Yeah, I think Never's there. We'll have a look now. How strong does the rat need to be to one-shot Bommel? I don't really know. We'll be building that in a couple of streams, Wicked Bunani. When the next rotation spins up, we'll be building my Gnishak for that. Yeah, exactly, Squifster. If the shield is up, won't ignore it, because it doesn't apply to PvE. But it doesn't tell you that in the game, it doesn't tell you that in the description of the blessing. And that's my biggest bugbear about these things. Like, you know. They never really, they kind of briefly mentioned. Oh, another one done there. They briefly mentioned that they were reducing the damage of Phantom Touch. They didn't detail it, but they've actually taken Phantom Touch's multiplier down by 30%, as well as the chance. It's actually quite a significant damage reduction. Quite a lot. Which, you know, they don't talk about these things. You know, when we look at Soul Reap says the Reaper ignores defense as well as all damage reduction skills, effects, and buffs. In PvP, or to champions, doesn't do it to boss. Why does it not say that? It's quite a big deal. Honestly, they just need to improve their code in there. Anyway, so Deadwood and Never fighting out to see who can get to 121st. Wix has already finished it. Oddrun's up to 89. Where's Hellhades got to? Why can I see Hellhades here? Oh, there he is. Hellhades at 99. YST's got to 87. Oxen's at 69 there. Oxen's in chat. Lockers is stuck with me at 49. Fix is stuck at 30. Probably just doesn't try too hard. I know he's been super busy. I just can't do enough damage to him right now. He just out damages me, so. Have a good night, Space Toad. Yeah, exactly, Squifster. That's what bugs me. I don't mind if things don't work the way they, you know, as well as we'd like, so long as the game specifically says it doesn't. But when they don't tell you these mechanics, then it becomes very frustrating because you spend most of your time kind of going and guessing what's going on. I don't think anyone's tried Doom Tower hard, no. Yeah, so Oxlane, I can get through the waves. I'm not scared of the Eternal Dragon. I'm not scared of anything. I just cannot beat that Griffin boss. I can't get past it. Like, I'm pretty sure I can auto the waves. Did I see Hellhades' big brain strategy Griffin down? I don't know. What was that strategy? I don't know if I've caught that in his video. I've been keeping up with him, but... I would go Akintum. I like Akintum a lot. I wouldn't say Hellhades has nothing anymore, MM0. He's got a lot now. He's got Stag Knight, he's got Sepulchre. He's well on his way now. His champion pool is much better than what it was since his recent polls. Like, Stag is like super OP for Doom Tower. Stag carries you through a lot in Doom Tower. Because his A1 decrease speed is essentially really, really strong. He did it with 3 champs. Needed 2 to dive the wave, 3 alive, and needed to kill a specific amount of minions for the mastery boosts. I could try that. The problem is I don't know if Kayle on his own has got enough damage. How do I feel Errol sits? Errol is really, really good if you don't have the meta DPS. So if you don't have a Baron and you don't have like a Heffrak and you don't have a Jorgid, he's going to pump some damage, but his affinity is going to be a problem, and he kind of doesn't do enough damage. He's close, he's good, but he doesn't quite do crazy amounts, right? He's still just a bog standard damage dealer, and I feel like other champions are just like, I would pick a Constantine over him, for example, because I feel like he's got more utility. Yeah, if you haven't caught my video today, guys, I did a video spotlight on a Reddit thread that I saw. Credit to the person who did the Reddit thread of Akim solo in Dragon 25. I'm sure I can make it more stable once I upgrade it properly, but... So... Who do we go? Obviously, we're going to use 2 food, right? So let's just throw in, like, I don't know, these 2. Do we go Deacon for speed? Oops. I guess it's that, right? Let's try this. The problem is I've got to kill the wave as well. Ragash is amazing. I love Ragash. Ragash is one of those champions that's just super, like... This wave is a problem. Whoever thought to put in Crisks in here? I'm going to have to bring Deacon over. Otherwise, I'm never killing the wave. Actually, I might have to just bring Hoskerel. Top 3 non-void defense nukers. Stultus, Ragash. Don't know about the third one. But Stultus and Ragash by far are a tier above. Like, look at this stupidity of this wave. How long is it going to take me to kill this wave? Candy's not defense-based. Let's kill him. You smack him. What is the buff from the guy on the left? He does increase resistance. I don't really find it that useful, but I've got him for the increased defense and for this, basically. Stun everyone. Look how beautiful that is. And because he stunned everyone, my Kayle does 12%, 15% more damage as well, which is great. Okay. So, moves all buffs more than attacks on him. So we start with that. With 3 poisons. Do we just go A2? We don't really want to take the decreased defense right now. I feel like we've got to tank it up because we don't want to lose the buffs. Just throw that out there. Again, A1. Now we do the buffs. But you see what I mean? Like, I don't know if I've got enough damage to just get it through it. Like, we don't want to do boost in turn meter. Yeah, so we don't want to decrease turn meter. That's bad. Oh, he didn't land his leech. That's pretty rubbish. Oh. Might as well put that buff back up. So now, we've got to kill it before it gets to like 15 stacks. Because the moment it gets to 15 stacks, we're kind of dead. I'll be honest. This is the problem. Look at how far he's getting now. I just don't have the damage. I don't know how people have done it, but I just don't have the damage. Oh, he's holding on because he's strong affinity, but that's about it. Not even healing enough. Close. Hellhades in the house. YST's in the house. We're getting a round circle of all the creators tonight. Hellhades, help me. I can't beat it. It's too hard. Maybe... Maybe do that. Have I tried a Coffin Smasher? Yeah, the problem is though, if I run Coffin Smasher, I just don't feel like I can get through the wave. I don't have masteries yet on a lot of them. They're working. There's a work in progress. Like the wave is the problem. It takes so long to kill the waves. Like, look at it. It's just... Yeah, I mean, I'm timing them correctly. But look how much damage I'm going to take here. I don't even know if I can keep my my dude alive because of how long it's going to take me to get through this wave without having Hoscarol. Like, they're just going to heal. How much low health, health I'm already on. Right, you just see what I mean? Like, Hoscarol is there to clear the waves. Oh, he's down. It's just... So, like, I can't clear the waves without at least bringing Hoscarol. Now, I could drop Deacon. And we could try, like, Hoscarol. Like that. The thing is, a lot of the other guys have got, like, non-debuff damage dealers. So, like, Elhain, Rhonda, they're at 60. They're ready to go. Whereas I don't have that because I... just the way that I've set up my champs is just not there. Yeah, I mean, the problem is, like, you can see, I'm struggling to even just, like, kill the waves if I don't bring a Deacon. Look at this. Like, who in their right mind in Playroom thought it was a good idea to put Norog and Krisks on a boss wave? It's the same nonsense when they put Daywalkers on different boss waves. Like, you already made it pretty hard that there's boss mechanics, and then you go and put, like, crap champions here. Like, I don't have a heal. It's just not going to work without Deacon. So I just don't have enough damage with the team, right? I have to run Deacon, I have to run Kale. So I could try Rhonda, see if we can just nuke our way through it, rather than having Hoskerel. There's no point bringing decreased speed, he's just going to throw it straight back at me. See if we can get some lucky Brimstone procs. It's not even the Norog passive that's really the problem, is it though? It's the fact that anytime I attack the Krisk, I get decreased attack, which is just nerfing my damage. That's the problem. Yes, kill him. Go punch that thing up. Like you can see already, I'm struggling with the damage. The good thing is I've got Leech, so I can heal a bit. Okay. But it's just nonsense, like this wave. It's just like so bad. Let's just do this. Let's knock him out. Doesn't help that Deacon is weak affinity to these little bad boys as well. Let's go punch him up. Oh, wow, we're taking so much damage here. This is why Hoskerel was a 60 for me. Look how much work Hoskerel did to keep my team alive. It's going to be a nightmare for me to keep this team alive now. Because I've just taken so much damage. There you go. Lost another one. Like, this is the thing. I can't beat this wave because I just don't have enough damage. So I'm going to have to bring Hoskerel in with this, and then bring in one food maybe. Because Hoskerel, if I haven't got Hoskerel, I just cannot keep the wave down, which is why Hoskerel is so big. Like, I can't even tell you, like, how big Hoskerel is for my account. Because we just go, bloop. Okay, we only got one stun there. It's pretty bad, but still. Let's just go heal this. Bring in Magnar for the aura. I don't think Magnar's going to help me here. Hoskerel is a hard carry for my account at the moment. He like carries me through waves. That's why I'm not even stressed about the waves when I get past this boss, because I know Hoskerel is just going to basically make it easy for me, right? Go smash it. He does a lot of damage as well. Heal up. Got it. Rhonda's taking a hell of a lot of damage though. Still. Okay, it's fine. Kill him. Can I get close to Magma? Oh, are you stuck on the waves here or you can't beat him? The boss, yeah. See, I've got Arndolf in the vault that you pulled for me, Hellhades. So that's like a counterattack with an A1 provoke. I've also got Umbral. So provoke-wise, I feel like I'm okay. This boss, to be honest, it's not that I don't know how to beat it. It's the fact I know how to beat it. I just don't have the tools. Because I know the way to beat this boss is you need damage, but you need direct damage, not debuff damage, where a lot of my damage at the moment is structured around direct damage. Sort of poison damage, sorry. So we can poison here. That's cool. There's no point A2 in because I'm going to get the decreased defense back on me. This is where you hope that we don't get a Brimstone proc until after this A2 happens. Because I don't want Brimstone thrown back at me. Right, Leech is out. So let's get some healing. Please don't prop Brimstone. Oh, thank God. But you can see, like, the wave It's just so much damage. Now I need Brimstone procs. She probably doesn't have enough accuracy, mind. I didn't think about this. Oh, I shouldn't have dropped turn meter there. I made a mistake. She's not getting any Brimstone. I just don't have the damage. Because obviously with Griffin, you have to kill him before he gets to 15 stacks. Because once he starts getting to 15 stacks, it's very hard to kill him. Because he starts critting all like, you get fears. It's over. Because I can't heal now. It's not going to matter. What you guys got to realize, you're suggesting healers. If I put a healer in this spot, they are taking damage. And that means there's more chance that the stacks are going to stack up. What I need is another 60 that does Warmaster damage that can just nuke it. That's why I haven't worried about it, because I know what I probably need is like a Gembo or a Warmaster on my other champion so that I can get some extra damage to get me over the 30% mark. But like, you know, ally defense, it's not going to make a difference because his passive is where it gets too much. These Sky Bonds, you got to remember, each time he gets a Sky Bond, he gets 3% crit. Once he gets up to 20, that's what? 60% crit rate? It means I'm getting crit every single 5 seconds if I'm not getting weak hit. You've got to kill it within those stacks. If you can't, then you're just going to die, and that's the problem. Like Kayle is built to be a poisoner, not a direct damage dealer. So you know. So I'm not really sure how to beat it at the moment. Like, Jamasa's not going to help me. Quagon won't. He won't help me. Like, none of the champions I've got are really going to make a difference here. You know, even a Rogrim, he's not going to get through the boss because he's just going to die. Because even if I had him at 60, he's just going to die with my level of gear. You know, you look at the teams I've beaten it. Triple 60s, lots of raw damage. It's kind of like the hill that I'm dying on that I don't think Ronda's very good is purely because it stopped me from progressing here. She would help me here because it's more direct damage, right? You've got Aethels, you've got Hellhades. They are direct hitters, not poisoners. Brog needs a cheat code. You know, Stag Knight, Cornelia. Elva, these, like, you can see the difference here. There's lots of healing or support or something that's built into it. I don't really have a big support. I don't really have like an ally protector, big shield or anything like that. So I'm struggling just for a little bit for damage. So yeah, I'm just stuck there. As frustrating as it is, that is the reality of my situation. One fight every so often. One fight in a dream. So this is the thing about a free-to-play, right? I started this stream an hour and 45 minutes ago where we were going to be doing champion training. I'm still doing stuff around the account that I need to do on a daily basis. Arena, tag team, like faction wars, because everything takes a lot longer on free-to-play because you can't just like one-shot things. So it's kind of frustrating. Oh my god, are we going to be able to kill the Seeker? Can we kill the Seeker? Thank you. Bursted 4,000. I haven't looked at mine. Let's have a look, shall we? I haven't bought the fragment. Need to do that. 19 fragments on Drex. I think I'm behind Hellhades. I think Hellhades got a bit ahead of me. Okay, it's exactly where it was like 5 hours ago. I'm in a good sneaky position here. I'm in a sneaky position. Because this guy hasn't pushed anywhere. He hasn't added any points in 2 days. This has been exactly the situation for the last 2 days. And me and my little clever wisdom was like, I'll just keep hoarding everything. Look at all the food that I've got hoarded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 5-stars. I'm working on another one in the training pit. So 9 5-stars that I can make. I'm sitting on, what's that, like 400 brews. I got my XP barrel. I've got 5 4-star chickens. I don't have any books to my name. You know, I'm not going to use a legendary book. That's just dumb. But I'm in a pretty comfortable position that I can drop. Actually, where's my Kyoku? Let's pull out my... We had like a little burst calculator. I was speaking to Hellhades about this earlier, and I was like, I might want to... I don't know if I've still got it. I don't think I do. Which is quite frustrating. I had like an Excel document that I basically used to track my when I did the Kyoku tournament, right? We did the Kyoku tournament. We had a little table that basically worked out. Maybe it's that? No. But, we basically had it worked out how much burst I had available to me. I just can't remember if I still got it as a spreadsheet. I mean... It's a while ago. Theory, turn meter, unkillable. Something tells me I don't. Something tells me I probably deleted it. I do these things. Yeah, it's frustrating. Build Magnar. So, like... No, not the CVC Carnifex. I had a training tournament burst calculator, so I could work out how much burst I had. We can probably like reverse engineer it here, right? If I just open Excel for a second, and let's just go. So burst points, we can basically do books, which is rare, epic, legendary. It's going to be 200, 75, 25. We don't really have any of those. In terms of points, what do we get here? So, rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Level, upgrade. So I know you can't see what I'm doing in a second. 1, 2, 3, 6, 8. 5. So that's 0, 5, 15, 50, 100, 300. Do we get anything from anywhere else? Oh, you get points for Ascension. It's not an awful lot though, is it? It's barely worth considering, like 25 for Legendary. Barely worth considering. Probably. I mean, I streamed a lot of the other stuff, but hey. Maybe no, maybe I don't. Rhonda's not worth it. She's bait. I'm playing the long game. Right, so... Void, Force, Magic, Spirit. Rank 4s. How many have I got to upgrade here? I said I had 8, didn't I? Or 9. How many did I have? Let's have a look. Doing a bit of basic math here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I got 9 rank 4 upgrades. And of that 9, we're going to need 36 rank 4s, which we're going to be able to take to level like 14. Which means we're going to get points, upgrade. So you can see what I'm doing. As it's probably boring if you can't. Plus, we want to do that multiplied by that. So my rank 4 upgrades are this. In terms of brews, we've got 106, 77, 88, 106, 77, 88, 42. Which is how much XP per brew, guys? It's like 18, 70, 50. So not all Void Champions, obviously, because I don't have that many, but if I use it on a different champion, it's 1250, right? 12,500. So we've got like 4 to 6 million experience. Ah, swap magic and spirit, sorry. 42. Thank you. Should I 6-star Captain Tamelia as an ally protector? She's a 4-turn, is she? It depends. Like, if you have no ally protector, you're not doing Ultra Nightmare, then probably, right? Where is she? She's a Dark Elf, right? Captain Tamelia. No? Yeah, Captain Tamelia. Yeah, it's a 4-turn cool. You have to run it as a 4-3, but yeah. Absolutely could work 100%. If you haven't got an ally protector or an increased defense champ, it's probably a good option. Right, so that's the brews we've got. We've got enough. So if we have 36 rank 4s, I don't think I've got 36 rank 4s. That's what we're going to have to make tonight in the next 2 hours. I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So I got 22 out of this. So I need 14 for those. Then, of course, rank 5 upgrades. Oh, well, that should be a rank 5 upgrade, shouldn't it? Not a rank 4. Then a rank 6. We'll have enough to make 2. We'll have enough to make 2. So we're going to take food to level 25. So we need to make 2 of those times 5. 10 times 25. 4. Yeah. So there. And then this is going to be plus that times 25 times all that. I do love a bit of an Excel here. Oops. Equals sum. That's what we're sitting on at the moment. Assuming I can catch up with what I need to do. We probably should also insert into here a barrel. Oops. No orders. Barrel. Got 1. And that's going to give me a full level of experience. How much experience is a level 60? $2 million. So that's how much experience I could potentially get. So one of these. So we can also take some of the rank 6 partial leveling. So we'll have 2 of them. We can probably take them to like level 30 pretty quickly. No. So like that times 30 times. Oops. Yes. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat just a second. I will be back on that in a sec. Times that. 480 there. Now, in an ideal world, I'd want to try and, within the next 4 hours, see if I can grind another level 60 so I get 3. But I think that's going to be really impossible because the amount of time it takes. I've got the gems that I could do it, but I don't know if I've got the time to do it. But if we assume that one of these is going to be there, and then rank 6 full level is 1, 0, and copy that down here. And then let's just update this to be all of that. My potential right now is 5,000 points. Right now. And I've got all of these brews that I can use. So I don't actually know, like, it's pretty rough math here. I don't know how many of these brews translates into champions. Like, if we take this out of the equation. Right, and if we just change this to be subtotal 9 nuts. Boom, and then we could do a filter, data filter, take out the barrel. Time being. So I've got like 5.8 million matching. Now, the big problem is, in terms of Void champions, I don't have enough probably, right? I don't have enough Void champions as food. So we're always going to be mismatching the Void, which is where a lot of my brews are. So we could probably match up 3.8 million and mismatch the Void for like 1.3 million. So we've probably got 5.2 million XP. I think that's what that was. 250. How many? Someone in chat now who wants to be math professor of the day. If I've got that much experience in brews, how many 4 stars can I make? That's the question. It's not that I didn't save a Void champ. I just don't have an awful lot of Void champions because I haven't had that many Void shards, right? I got a lot of rares. I got like 1, 2, 3, 4. Like I can make these up into 4 stars, but I'd rather make them up into a 6 star. I don't want to make 4 stars right now. That's why I haven't made like anything on Spirit Host. That's why I haven't taken Umbral or any of these up yet, because, or like do like I'd rather just make more 5 stars. 1 brew is on a 3 stars 18 points. 1 brew on a 4 stars 24 points. Yeah, so that's on the points. But if I've got this many brews, how do I translate them into actual how many level 40s I can make? There you go. This is what I was wanting to know. So 11 is a level 30 and 24 is a level 40. So basically, if we did this a second, let's just move that up to there. Get rid of that. That up to here. If we did... how many is it? How many is it if it's off? Thing. Let's have a look. Oh, is it? Oh, that's matching. I was gonna say. So it's 36 if it's off. And if it's on, rank 2, 7. There may be more optimal ones there. That's for rank 2, isn't it? I don't want a rank 2. It's really difficult to work this math out. That's to make a rank 3. To make a rank 4 would be... I need to take a rank 3 up to 17. And then this needs to be 36. Oops. 56. So I can make out of my voids 15 rank 3s, 6 rank 4s, or why did that not like distribute properly? Oh, because I did the wrong number here. 2.95 rank 5s. Just out of the void brews alone. Off affinity, right? That's what we're saying. Granted, I need to make the food, right? So I'm not saying that, like, what I'm saying is I've got that there. Whereas these are going to be on affinity, pretty much, because we can do that. We can basically say, to make a rank 3, I need 5. To make a rank 3 here, I need 11. And to make a rank 4, 24. It's really difficult to work out because obviously you don't know distribution. But I mean, I could potentially make 11 out of the brews that I've got, assuming that I don't have any other brew investment into food, I can make 11 rank 5s. Is that right? Am I doing this correctly? Can someone just check my math? We're basically saying out of the 42 spirits, because it takes 24 on a matching spirit, if I have a 4-star spirit, I need 24 brews to get it to enough level 40 to make a rank 5. And we're doing void off affinity because the chances I don't have a void to use, right? So potentially I've got 11 5-stars here. So I could make, if I can get enough rank 4s together, I could make another 2 6-star champions. Have I got that right? Can someone just, like, confirm my stupidity or my sensibility? Yeah, Veronal. I will probably look to put them in. How many points is that roughly? I mean, so if all we did, Bill Hall, is use brews to make rank 5s. Okay, we've got this number here. So we can make... yes. So we can make 11 rank 5s. We can use the brews to level that. So that's going to be 11 times 50. No, 40. So we're going to get 440 levels at rank 4. And we're going to times that with here. So we're going to get 1032. And then we're going to upgrade 11. Assuming we have the food. Which means we're going to take this, multiply that with that. And we're going to get 20. So that is basically 2,420 points. So if we include that, what is going on here? We're now at 7,652 bursts, right? Then we've got 2,739 gems. If I wanted to, I could translate all of those into refills, which I'm getting around about 118 right now. So I have 8,000 energy sitting there that I can just use for whatever thing I want. So 8,000 energy translates into, if I think like how much energy we get on stage, let's have a look. Stages tool. Campaign. 12-3 brutal. 12-3 brutal right now is giving me 17304 times 2 divided by 4 times 3. So I'm getting 25,956, which is 3,244 XP per energy, right? That's what I'm getting so far. If I've got 8,000 energy, I've got another 26 million champion XP sitting there. Time assuming, right? Time assuming. It ends at 10 a.m, Zach. So there's an hour window where I can get clan versus clan and I can get CVC points. CVC and training. Yeah, so I'm assuming here, by the way, when I've calculated this 2042, I'm assuming I only use brews to make rank 5s. I'm not assuming any of this, right? So I'm assuming I've got the food already to make the rank 5s. I'm just taking a rank 4 up. Now, also what I didn't calculate into this is partially leveling the rank 5s. So we could add in another calculation. We take that, multiply it with, say, 25. Oops, nope. And then multiply that with this number here. That would give me 4,070. Partially leveling the level 5s are very good. It's well worth it. So I think I could get to, if I can just farm the crap out of campaign for the rest of this stream, for the next 2.5 hours, if we just farm 4 stars, make lots and lots and lots and lots of 4 stars, we could probably get to enough burst to add probably 10,000 enchantment training. Potentially. Now, I'm not sure I need 9,000, as a bare minimum, I want the legendary book, right? I want 9,500. I'm not necessarily sitting here going, Altan is such a crazy champion, I should go for it. However, it's a legendary champion, right? A legendary on a free-to-play, I would take it. And the worst case scenario, I get sniped, and now I've got enough food to make 6 stars. You know, some people might say you should use the gems for, like, getting masteries or farming or something. Like, it doesn't really matter at this point. I can get the masteries at any point in time. It's not the end of the world if I get food over masteries right now. Yeah, like, that's the thing, right? This is the danger with champion training points. I haven't even factored into this the fact that I could drop a few rare books and legendary books if I really wanted to. Right? In my main, last clan versus clan, I didn't do any champion training, and I did 15,000 points in champion training. Because of the booking situation, right? Because I booked about 30 odd legendary books. Rare books is pointless, yeah. Like, that's why I haven't factored them in here, because I don't really have the books. Yeah, so spending gems to level food and running masteries naturally versus leveling food naturally and spending gems on masteries. Same difference. So I wasn't saying spend the gems on masteries, Radiant. What I was saying is I could be putting my energy into farming masteries instead of farming food. But I think at this point, it's beneficial for me to instead literally just farm food. Because, like, just getting more rank 6s, eventually I'll get the masteries on them. It's no harm if I front load all my rank 6s and backload all my masteries. The mastery grind is going to exist as a mastery grind. It's going to affect clan boss. It isn't going to affect much else. I actually have only bought gems on Kale. I've been farming the rest in between things because I can do stage 15 auto with my champions, so I don't need to get the, you know, whatnot. Some people might say it's more efficient to also to, like, take my rank 3s to level 9. I probably won't do that. I think that's too far. Or I just find it really arduous. But I'm more than happy to burn a couple of 100 gems here if it means I can push towards getting potentially Altan. And even if I don't get first, there's legendary and epic books, right? Sniping can happen. I can't control it. But my plan all along with this strategy was just keep farming food, make a bunch of rank 4s, and then bam, bam, rank 5, rank 6, bam, go. You know, it's not like I'm struggling now to choose what my next rank 6s should be. It's probably going to be Gembo, Deacon, Arogrim, then probably like Diabolist, Harken. All of those could be rank 6 and it'd be fine for me. Yeah, Rakut. So basically, I don't mind spending the time on masteries. That's what I'm saying. It's better to use gems on refills and do masteries. I've just not been focusing them. Like, put it like this, Greffin. When I went for Kyoku, I went from 44,000 to 58,000 in 10 minutes. On my main. And that was before they added booking. And booking is going to be compatible with clan versus clan because there will be an hour's window where you can do books in clan versus clan. So it's risky, basically. The nice thing about doing campaign as well, I'll pick up free rank 3 chickens because I'm getting Diabolists. I'm getting the dogs as well, right? So I'm picking up free rank 3 chickens, which is saving me a bunch of energy. I'm also leveling account experience, so that's a free refill. What I should be doing actually is... Can I do clan boss yet? Right. I need to smack normal. We've got to be careful though. Need to survive Earbad, did you want me to hit normal, did you say? Or hard? If Earbad is still in chat. I don't know if he's still in chat. I think hard, I won't last 20 turns. I'm just going to hit normal. Oops. We need to hit 20 turns, I do. How much does it cost you to use a brew? I think it's okay. I'll have a check, though. We need to survive 20 turns. It's a free refill. Yes, Greffen. I think it matches up. Otherwise, I'd be finding Krakens right now. I don't think I'm up against a Kraken. I know it's a different bracket because my legendary book is only 9,500, not 10,000. Earbad is already stocked up on CBC. Annoyingly for Earbad is he would love to actually burst all of his stuff out, but he's going to be at work. It's like the hour window is at 9 a.m., right? That's like when he gets into work. So it's really awkward for him. So all we need to do is survive 20 turns here, which should be fine. I think Earbad will be taking a tactical relief break. Earbad, to be honest, Earbad is not about hoarding. Earbad is the ultimate patience. The man, I've never seen anyone have as much tolerance for not pulling something. Even if you imagine how difficult it is right now to watch everyone around you pulling shards and getting Pythians and getting Taragis and getting White Dried Nias and getting Lysandras, and he's sitting there like, I've got all these shards, I really, really want a champion. The amount of patience and control it takes to not pull something is actually incredible. I couldn't do it. I got baited into it. I started hoarding now. I've just decided that it's not sensible for me to just keep YOLO and everything. So I started hoarding sacreds. I know Nev has pulled a sacred, and I think Hellhades did. Part of me was thinking maybe I should have pulled a sacred for the champion chase points, but I don't think I was in a winnable tournament anyway, so there wasn't much point. And I feel like there's times 2 sacreds in 5 weeks or 6 weeks time, or 4 weeks time. And I'm hopefully going to try and get some referrals done in time for that, which means I can pull a bunch of sacreds on that times 2 if I can get it done. So my main account has got about 10 champions without masteries at the moment. It's so far behind. Yeah, I think the good thing with the good thing and the bad thing is the fusion's pretty bad for us as a free to play because the epic and the rare is not very good. So there's no real demand for us to pull shards. There's no real need. So I'm manual in because we're getting a bit close and we're taking a bit of damage. So I want to make sure that Hoscarol's increased defense is up for the AoEs. Which is not going to be at this rate. Oh, he didn't land the leech. Decrease attack. Oh, guys, come on. You're breaking my heart with all these RNGs. We'll get increased defense at least. He's going to lose it. That's fine. Can I get a decreased attack? No. Oh, that's going to hurt. 4 more turns. Decreased attack. Coffin Smasher. I'm getting Cantra flashbacks from this Coffin Smasher here right now. Decreased attack. Nine attacks. Coffin Smasher. 9 attacks. Do you not realize we need to stay alive? This is not helping. Stay alive. Oh my god. Right, that's healed. Decreased attack. Oh, you don't need... Yeah, it's good. You don't need it anymore. This is going to be struggling. That's fine. He can die. Keep the decreased attack on. Well, and Hoscroll. Well, yeah, Hoscroll. Good. 2 more turns. Come on. Ugh. 1 more turn. I think we're okay. I think it'll be fine. Decreased attack. Hoscroll doesn't have smash damage, mind. Quite surprising. Give him a little bit of a burn. Oh, he resisted. We did it. We survived 20 turns. How are the referrals going? I have been slacking. I think Jessica is still doing a referral for me. 7.81, that's cool. We survived 20 turns. Free refill. Yes. Oops. 44 there. I gotta get a grind on. Basically. I've got to get it sorted. Yeah, you're doing great. I really appreciate it. I've been slacking as well. All these packs. Oops, I don't want that. Right, so the good news is we have done all of that. Look at that rank 4 chicken. Shame there's no anniversary events going on that I can't earn points for. I'm pretty sure. Fine, I could go get some 500. That ain't going to help me. It's not worth the energy investment. Champion training, I already got them. That's frustrating, that. Rank 4 chicken. Just sitting there. Nope. I do still need to get like this done. That would be free energy, but I don't have a regeneration set. And that would be free energy as well, but I don't have the gear for that. Can't do that at the moment. That I can't do. I don't actually have a force champion. Win a campaign battle using 4 level 60s. Do I even have 4 level 60s? I don't think I can even do that just yet. I will be able to, but not yet. Back to the grind. Is it worth getting Jamasa? I personally don't like her. I personally think she requires too much investment for what you get as a payoff. So, she's good. A lot of people think she's really good, right? And I'm not saying that she's a bad champion, but for me, investing that many epic bucks into a champion that I will outgrow pretty quickly and won't actually sit in a lot of my teams is a pretty bad feeling. So, yeah. Nice, Jeans. On Thursday, Jeans, we're going to be doing an arena focus stream. So if you want to like get some insights in terms of how to build teams for tag team and classic team, Thursday will be the stream for that, because we're going to build Necret. We're going to build a bunch of different teams. We're going to look at different options for like go second, go first, different ways you can beat it. Hey, Citizen Z, welcome. Who's my favorite champion? Oh, it's probably like somewhere between Whisper and Alika, I'd say. Whisper and Alika. Just because they're like OGs. I need to start using Alika and Whisper more on my main. Oh, come on. The good thing is we are clearing stage 12-3 pretty quickly. Like, I've actually done a 9-second run with Kale. Somehow. Ah, Whisper's amazing. If you can get her going in a right... The only problem with Whisper is she doesn't have decreased defense. If they made it so that she could do decreased defense like Fane, she'd be like probably like top 4 champion for Bat Eater easily. But because she can't give herself the decreased defense, you need to almost like modify Bat Eater to somehow get a decreased defense in. That's what I kind of want to do, is see if I can find like a Bat Eater team with decreased defense in there somehow, because that would really make us super strong, right? Yeah, Alika does love a book, but man, does she hit really hard. Alika is like insane damage dealer. One of the best for clan boss. Massive damage dealer. Oh, that's brutal, Ethers. That's the thing, right? Jamasa's good, but she's just an AoE revive, really, for me. The rest of it requires Chronum. When you get Chronum, she's really good with Chronum. But ultimately, she's an AoE revive. And then the moment you pull another AoE revive that does anything extra, you're a bit like, well, Jamasa goes to the vault now. I know a lot of people, like Wix has used her a lot and other people, and it's carried her. I just don't think it's worth an investment. And I'm sure a lot of people will be sitting there thinking, well, you're 9th in the leaderboard challenges, so maybe they're right and you're wrong, which is potentially true. But I still think investing in Rhonda and investing in Jamasa is bait, and you're gonna suffer later on, because they both require investment that is not long term. Yeah, Wix is an experienced free-to-player. He's done this before. He knows what he's doing. You just one-keyed Brutal Hydra the first time. Congratulations. That is a big, big achievement. 36 million damage. That means you could potentially look at Nightmare Steeko. It is a bit of a stat jump, but potentially you might be able to look at Nightmare if you're doing 36 mil. Would you put Whisper in a Savage set for her other skills, or Relentless for luck? Relentless, Dutchy. Just more extra turns, because her A2 ignores 100% defense anyway. So really what you want is just more turns, more of the same. I'd love a thought or two on a clan boss comp. I want to make a non-unkillable comp with double ally protection, but I don't know who to use, considering using something like Chris, Tyrant, Godseeker, Draco. So if you're doing not traditional, you either have the option of going speed buff extend, like a Lydia, Godseeker, or you can go boost extend, but the boost extend tends to be a lot squishier because you're dealing with like Deacon and Seeker and stuff like that. There's not many good tanky boosters. So yeah, like there's good framework. Yeah, a big thing, Nick, though, is like I've had to take a step back because it's not been healthy for me, the amount of gameplay I've been doing. Like, you got to remember, like, Oddwin is not playing his main account. And, like, his sole focus has been generating content around the free-to-play and a bunch of different things. It's the only account he's playing. He's got more time to grind it more than me. Which is not me, like, going, oh, it's unfair, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying that. I just physically cannot deal with the amount of pressure it is to manage 2 accounts and my main job and everything else. Like, it nearly broke me. I almost wanted to quit Raid altogether. So I had to take a full step back and go, I just cannot compete with these guys and have a bit of fun. The most amount of fun I've had on the free-to-play so far was when we were trying to beat Fire Knight 13. Because I had to put a lot of thought into it, and we achieved it. And that was great fun. How do I get my artifact inventory into RSL? So I use it to auto... Oh, I don't know, Ranger. I don't actually use the RSL auto sell feature because I'm paranoid it's going to sell my account. Like, Nick, you got to... Like, the last personal clan versus clan, I basically did 650,000 points on my main account, 120,000 on the free-to-play, and I played pretty much religiously all day for 2 days straight. It almost like... And that was on top of the blessings information coming through and everything else on top. I just like... I almost just like blowing my mind. Oh, I gotta buy that, yeah. Might have to switch account briefly. I managed to build a myth food team because of your build on Deadwood site. Only thing is I used the Dragon's hit on miss or force tested spirit one today. I had to adjust Draco speed. Yeah, Plagues. The ratio between DPS and the ratios between Seeker and the DPS are important on the Myth Food team. Once you get that ratio correct and you've checked it, it should be fine all the time. But if you don't, then it'll fail on Spirit for sometimes. It's basically because one champion resists the speed debuff, which means that the champions are misaligned in the... Because the calculator assumes you always get the speed debuff, right? It can't predict a 3%. It can't predict a resist. So that's what the ratio does. The ratio ensures that if any champion resists the speed debuff, then you are always going to be still in tune. See, these are the free champions we're picking up. They're free 3-star chickens, which is great. We don't actually have enough. We need to make more. So, arena check. Do we have any fights? No. Ooh, no. Oh, you're in. Probably get you. I always look pale, Nick, but I wasn't sleeping an awful lot. My sleeping patterns were messed up. It was really unhealthy. I got into a very negative state, and that's not like what I like to be in, to be honest. Boof. AoE. Oh, it's gonna hurt. Oh, thank God. Nice. Free kill. Anything else? Yes. How would you build Alex for a killable clan boss team? Anax's problem is if he's in the wrong team, because of his passive, it can cause problems. He's an actual nightmare to a speed tune in any team other than block damage. That's my experience with him. But I've used him in the Mythfu build, but that's a block damage team, so it works really well. I have to say I don't have an awful lot of experience with him in other places, so I would need time to think about it. Right, that's okay. To make more 3-stars. We're going to use up the energy swap over to the main just so that we can buy some refills. Do you think, well, you think it's worth me using brews in the 3-stars? Sleep is overrated. Yeah, it's true. The thing is, it's not that I'm an overly competitive person. I'm just one of these like black and white kind of mentality where if I can't compete, then there's no point to it. Which is why the free-to-play kind of switch on my head had to be turned off, because I was like, it felt like I couldn't compete, which meant that I was like depressed about doing the free-to-play completely. So I had to change my mentality of my goal isn't to win. My goal is to learn about the early game experience these days so that I can produce better content for my community. That's what I have to keep remembering. That's why I started this. That was the point. If I focus on trying to hit the top 20 leaderboards, I'm just going to get like in a downward spiral. So it's 27 points for one brew. Okay. Yeah, Fane is a better option for killable. The only problem is Fane is very squishy. They're both not ideal for killable teams because they're very difficult to keep alive. So, it's very awkward. The nice thing is this week, this clan versus clan, because it's non-personal, I can basically take a bit more of a backseat on my main account and just do some tag team. I'm up in the gold 3 now, so I'll get a lot of points that way. What is my current view of being free to play in Raid? I actually think being free to play in Raid is boring. Believe it or not. I don't necessarily think I want to whale, but the thing I find really boring about free to play is you can't have a lot of fun with a lot of champions because you don't have an awful lot of anything. Like every decision I have to make is all about like, where am I spending my resources? I can't just make a champion 6-star. Like I can't just 6-star Gembo because I know the amount of investment is a finite amount of energy and resources I have. So even now, like I'm making all this investment in champion training thinking, well, I'm going to 6-star champions. And even if I don't, I've got the food there. But I've got to be mindful that I can't just go waste things on like doing a dungeon here or doing something this or doing something like that, right? It's got to be structured around like decisions. And I find that very boring. I'd rather have a bit more freedom to go, do you know what, I'm just going to buy 500 energy. Or I'm just going to buy a few shards because that might get me somewhere at this point. Because even at this point of my account, actually just having a bunch of epic champions you could do something with is a big deal. right? It doesn't need to be the best champions in the game. It doesn't need to be legendaries. But on a ×2 ancient, I would want to just buy a few ancient shards to see if I can get some more champions. I think that's the problem. There's a balance, right? Early game to mid game, just having a few champions is really good. The problem with end game is only a certain amount of champions can improve my account, so therefore spending any sort of money is difficult. So my end game account has a similar problem, where I find it frustrating that I can't get the champions that I need to do what I want to do, and that limits my fun. However, I've got so many more champions I can actually do other fun stuff with that can alleviate that problem. Whereas in the early game, you're very much just sitting here going, train, train, train. Oh, look, I pulled an epic champion that might be useful. Cool. Train, train, train. Oh, I've got an ancient shard. I've pulled a champion that's actually useful. Great, I can 6-star it. Train. You see what I mean? Like, you get one champion hero there and it's really good. So... when you spend what you buy. So on my main account, I was buying shards. I've stopped doing that now because I've realized the amount of volume of shards I would need to buy in the current setup is just too much. But what I will often buy on the main account is if there's a good like energy pack, I'll pick that up. If there's like a really, really good gem pack, soul pack, I used to buy that. I don't know if I will anymore. If there is like a really good like specials pack, like when it was over Christmas, I bought a few over the Black Friday because there was good packs. But since like last month, I'm really cutting back because not out of a statement for the direction of the game, but just because the investment into my main account is so poor. Like the amount of money that I need to spend to get any champions is actually a bit gross. It's a bit uneven. So I don't really feel like I ever struggle for legendary books, Tico. But I only ever book on CVC, and when I get to a CVC, I have like 10 books. So basically every 2 weeks I can book a legendary champion, I feel like. It's not a problem for me. Do you know, guys, I've been freaking farming on hard, not brutal. Because I swapped to save energy. I'm such an idiot. So I've got the same mindset and patterns of thinking as Saf. Black and white and thinking is actually a term used in CBT as a non-preferred or even detrimental type of thinking. Free-to-play absolutely sucks and it's boring as hell. It's honest. Yeah, Kessel, that's the problem. Like, it does even affect my just general way of living. Like, I struggle sometimes with people like say, oh, but there's different conditions. I'm like, well, no, it is or isn't. It's black and white. It's yes or no. There's no like, for me, sometimes I'll sit here and I'll say, there's no gray areas involved in these things because either you are or you aren't. It is or it isn't. There's a right and a wrong. Like, it's pretty easy for my mindset to go there. Damn, I forgot to use food. Sorry, Stico, don't shout at me. I forgot to use a brew. I got carried away. Right, I'm just going to jump over to the main account because I just need to buy some of the refills briefly. I just need to log out of here so we don't mess up. Just need to buy some tag team refills. I would MN, but I know I've literally just pulled a Void Legendary, so the odds of me getting a champion are basically null and void. So, to be honest, where is it? Two's enough. The odds of me getting anything out of tomorrow's is just so low because I've just got a Void Legendary. If I was closer to the Mercy, I'd be totally having a different conversation. You know, if I was 20 off my Mercy, I'd be buying 20 Void Shards if I could get it. It's funny, everyone will come in and go, how have you got so many gems? It's like, I haven't been playing. That's how I've got so many gems. Who did I get? I got Necret the Great Swagger. Sav, is Venomage a tough gear for Dragon 24? Perfect champion for this bait. So this champion tournament, Nick, the trick to doing these special rooms, or the special tournaments, is not to do high stages. You do stage 16. That's the trick. You can do it quicker, you can clear the waves much easier, and you get just as much tournament points. Like, there's no benefit. So do stage 16 or 20 if you can. It's better tournament points. And you can just do it quicker because the waves are much easier. Would you take Taras over a Crizia? I'm at Mercy now. It depends where you are at in the game, right? If you're already pushing lots of high arena, and like Taras for me is more relevant for arena, a Crizia is much more stronger for like normal PvE stuff, right? A Crizia is a boss killer. Yes, Anthony, finally. I got a meta champion. It's only taken like 5 months. Building my Elva, and HH Webster says to build with crit and attack if that is only if you have room for after speed and survival. Yeah, so like she doesn't need accuracy because she doesn't do any debuffs. So you don't need any accuracy in her build. Depends what you build her for, right? If you're building her for PvE, then you might as well build her with some crit rate because you can. There's no need to keep her alive. Arena builds will be totally different. But she doesn't need accuracy. She doesn't need any of those other stuff, so... Like, this type of pack is, Jessica, is what I would pick up from time to time. I'd only buy the first one because it's a low spend. It's like $5.99. But that little bit of energy just helps with the gems. Yeah, Taras is really strong in the arena because it's just hard to kill him. I did say this when he came out. Taras would be that type of champion that if you can't one-shot him, he's going to cause you significant amounts of problem because he's going to, you know, every subsequent attempt you try to one-shot him, it's going to get harder because he reduces your attack, he reduces your ability to deal damage. So he's a bit of a nightmare. But a Crizia is a boss killer, right? So she can just do things that other champions can't do. Let's make some rank 2s here. Would you build a dupe Leo or focus on one main for Stansted area? Stansted? What's Stansted? That's an airport, isn't it? What can I do with 2 Hanorach that Doom Priest doesn't do? 2 Hanorach gives you increased defense and block buffs, which means you can use her in Hydra much better than Doom Priest. She's also quite often used in some clan boss killable teams because she brings the increased defense. Yeah, you know what? Someone like Senti, who I trust pretty religiously when it comes to math, was basically correct in some of the statements that he said 110 for a guaranteed Void Legendary is actually really good value for money for your shards when you compare it to a ×2. Like, you will get more, you'll get a ×2, you'll get a Legendary on a ×2 Void quicker. Sorry, my microphone is messing around here. You'll get a Void Legendary on a ×2 with less Void shards, but you could get a terrible champion, right? Whereas the 110 for a guaranteed is really good. It's much better than a Sacred, by the way. Much better. So, yeah, obviously 2 Hanorach is more damage based. Do I have Val the Destroyer? I do. I built Val the Destroyer. He's very, very high damage. He's up there. He is pretty nasty. Yeah, I don't actually regret pulling for Fortis because I quite like him. I think he filled a gap in my roster that I didn't have, which is a very reliable Nightmare Farmer. So, I don't think Chagor is that much of a game changer, if I'm being honest. I know a lot of people use him in the high, like, a lot of people will say Chagor is really good because of Sand Devil. I'm like, I can just run Ninja, Godseeker, or Chronum, Jamasa, or, you know, I just do 24 in 3 minutes. It's much easier. I'm not going to build 5 champions so I can do 25 in 1 minute 20. It's just not worth it for me. I don't even use Sand Devil that often, to be honest. I should. I might have to when I get ready for Arena, but I don't really do that often. Yeah, if you've got Ethos, it's great. I didn't have Ethos, So for me, it filled a roster. So I don't really regret it. I don't think he's that bad of a champion. I still think they should update his A3. But, you know, that bridge is that ship has sailed. They're not going to do that. It's working as intended according to them. Yeah, Chigo is a pretty good carry. I'm not saying he's a bad champion at all, right? I'm just saying I don't know whether he's like... If you basically said, here's a guaranteed Acrizia for 110 Void Shards, I'd be on talking. We'd be having a different conversation to Chigo. That's the situation, right? I actually think like 40 Void Shards for an Akimtum is actually a pretty good deal as well, because I think he's a really strong champion. But I know a lot of people would say 40 Void Shards for an epic champion is insane. So... Aileel will never get buffed, because Aileel got replaced by Jorgid. So you got to remember, we did get Aileel buffs. It's called Jorgid the Broken. So it's literally the same champion, but just coded correctly. It's not even funny. Yeah, the Endless Spider one was fun, right? Yeah, 40 Voids for Demythas. Like, Demythas is a legendary champion. Like, when Demytha came out in the Fusion, I was sitting there saying, if you pull Sigmund, you're bonkers. Because Demytha was the legendary of that Fusion. Yeah, like Godseeker and Neri, such a hard carry of a champion. You know, it can do things that other champions can't. The only thing with the Void Epic is there's more likelihood if you've got Void Shards or you spend a little bit of money on Shards at all, you're going to likely pick up that Void Epic. Like, I think I've summoned like 50 Man-Eaters by now at this point. You know, obviously if you don't spend, it's different, so... Yeah, it was a hard one, G-Man, I agree. I literally just went for the Demytha. I looked at it and I was like, Sigmund was an average... He was good at everything, but not S tier at anything, if that makes sense. He was a good provoker, he was a good support champion, but Demytha could do things that nobody else could. Yeah, exactly, Plagues. I don't mean to make it sound flippant. That's the argument that Hellhades had when he was talking about Akimtum. He didn't go for it because in his head he was like, it's a Void Epic, I'll probably get it because the pool of champions is smaller. But that's assuming that you have Voids available to you, right? If you don't spend any money on the game, then Voids can be quite difficult to get hold of. So it swings in both ways. Shame Demytha breaks Geo's passive. How does Demytha break Geo's passive, Ross? Over 2 years and no Emmy or Demytha, that's harsh. Good day, will you be making a revamped clan boss build for Akanda? I'm not 100% sure on how to build him, we'll experiment. So I built him... I built him for my 1v1, my 2-to-1 unkillable team. Not unkillable, killable team, I should say. And I forgot to record a video before I did the build on him today. So I'm going to have to go back and do that. But yeah. Demytha argue... I don't... That's a hard statement, Adam. There's a lot of Void Epic... there's a lot of Fusion Epics that I would say are very good. Like, I would say Thalesia is a very, very good Fusion Epic. Possibly one of the best ones at the time because it was the only champion in the faction apart from Bistophus that could do AoE decreased defense. But she is probably up there as the most endgame viable. Yeah, block damage still activates Geo's passive though, Ross. I use Demytha in my Iron Twins team, and he still, when he does the 0 damage, he still reflects back damage. Still works. Yeah, Thales is really good in Hydra. But when Thalesia came out, she filled a void in that faction that there was no AoE decreased defense, and she didn't even need books to do it. That was what was insane about her. She was a bookless AoE decreased defense champion, and one of the few Hex champions that was actually viable at the time. Kinagashi is a reviver for Shadowkin. Sachi's a better reviver than Kinagashi. But it's conditional. I can't really remember what other Fusion Epics we've had. Let's have a look. Seeing as all we're doing is boring for a few food stuff. Fusion guide. I don't think any of the Gnishak ones. Although Trummore is not a terrible epic. Gotta remember to change back after this one. Hoscurl. I think Hoscurl, by the way, guys, is a very good... Hoscurl's a very good fusion epic that we had. Very good. Like, literally, I think the best AoE non-legendary stun champion in the game. Like, in terms of chance. Mordecai. The only thing I would say with Mordecai is he came out around the same time Akoth came out. And to be honest, Akoth does it just as much. So it's not like it was a major one. You could easily get an AoE HP burner. And then we also got Drexar in the marketplace as well. So that made a bit of a difference. But Hoscurl's great. Right, you said to throw a brew in these rank 3s, right? I only get 18 points. Stiko, are you lying to me? Oh, I got 24 that time. Why did I only get 18 for the first one? Oh, that's at rank 4. Stiko, you're lying to me. Is it worth putting one brew in a 3-star? I don't think it is. I think that's just wasting brews, isn't it? I'd be better off saving them. Stiko. Where's Stiko gone? My man with the math. Back to your Whisper shout earlier. I wish she extended her own buffs. Tried her in hide low and she dies too fast with even more protection. Yeah, like she needs support. But she can hit... Like, the thing with Whisper is you kind of just need to rotate very quickly. You want a lot of extra turns. One brew to 3-star is an earbud proof method. If it's good enough for earbud, it's good enough for me. Boom. Another rank 4. $11 hours to go. We're at like 6,898. Oh, someone has entered the queue. This guy started pushing. Interesting. I need champions. Yeah, that's why I don't really want to use brews. I'd rather just use my gems. I need to make a bunch of 2-stars because I have no space here, so let's just do that. Who's the ideal DPS for Mythfu? Anax is a good option. Any like hard hitter, right? Like someone like Alika can go in there. Just trying to think. Well, it needs to be a weaken champion, actually. Sorry, let me rephrase. It needs to be a champion with weaken. Brachus, Geomancer's good into it. Anyone with like weaken, like Whisper, doesn't work into it because she can't take extra turns. You basically just want someone who's got weaken and doesn't mess up your speed tune. Turvold is great, yeah. Turvold's an ideal one. You can make extra turn work as long as you can guarantee when the extra turn is going to happen. If you can't guarantee when the extra turn is going to happen, it's going to break. Can I make 10,000 training points in 10 hours? I can make like 6,000 training points in 10 minutes. So yeah, probably. Surely it's better to use 1 brew and 2 1-stars on level 1s rather than campaign farm. Depends what you value more, right? Brews are more burst than energy, right? Right now, I'm sitting here going, I'm using the wrong difficulty again. I should be on brutal. I'm messing up. It depends what I value more. To some extent, the brews are burst. If I use my brews now, I mean I have less burst if I need to try and snipe. Versus energy, like it's the same thing. You just trade in which one you want. It's probably better for me to trade energy at the moment and save the brews for burst than it is for me to try and use my burst now. Still haven't built you unkillable. Yeah. Is the Zarvia Belnor Demyth of Eres Seeker worth building it or go for more budget? I think Bellinor on that team is better. I don't really see the point of Zarvia, to be honest. Or are you thinking Zarvia and Bellinor together? Potentially. Bellinor has lost his clan boss damage potential rank a little bit because his A2 is no longer single target. So he's kind of lost a bit of power. So I'd potentially not use him as much now. I think there are better options out there. You can run 2 12 runs and for the 3 stars to level 10. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Instead of using brews, just run them in campaign, right? What, on Bellinor? If you switch off Bellinor's A2, where's your decreased defense and weaken? Or are you saying Zarvia's A2? I actually think Fulger's a good fusion epic as well. I've got Fulger at 5-star Awakened on my main that I'm going to do some videos on eventually. Who else have we got here? Visionary, I think, is a great epic. No, these ones are not visuals. What else have we got? Cornelia Magna is a good fusion of epics. To be honest, I don't really do many good epics. Scathix is a great epic. Siege Hulk. Siege Hulk is in some of the fastest Faction Wars runs. Fenchi. You're already seeing what Never can do with Fenchi on his free-to-play. Mordecai. They were in the same fusion. They had to nerf Giscard in that one. Lodric, not so great. Loads of good epics and fusions, to be honest. Yeah, so Nick, it could be Madcapper did that before they've changed Bellinor. So his damage will be down now because Bellinor lost about 26% damage in Clan Boss. Because his A2 went to an AoE multiplier rather than a single target. Ornn, great fusion epic. Was it Ornn a fusion epic? I think he was, wasn't he? Well, if you're proccing the 3 turns, Nick, that should be even higher now because his A3 got a massive damage boost. Because it went from the A1 to the A3 multiplier. Or the whichever is the A4. I would mix them up. So that means that you're getting like a 6.8 multiplier instead of a 3.2. So if that's how his strategy was running it, I might look into that. If Madcapper's done that, it might be interesting, a bit of fun to do. Because I got Zarvia and Belnor. I've never had a reason to build Zarvia. It could be a fun little video. I could be a guinea pig if you want. I love building clan boss teams for no reason. Wasting all my resources. Ugh. Isn't it fun? When farming XP on my referral in Brutal 12.6, do I have to level up food? Account XP Ruz is different to Champion XP. That's why the ×2 XP boost doesn't affect Champion XP. So you don't need to do any. You can literally just keep your food at level 40. It doesn't really matter. You're going to get the same amount of account XP as if they're higher up, you know? This is the first time I've consistently used gems on my free-to-play, guys. This is like the first time I've pushed really hard for something. From Oregon, or whatever her name was, Ornn. So good they nerfed it. Yeah. I actually quite like Morrigan now. I use her a fair bit. I thought she was a bit meh because Lissandra and Deacon were better. I still think that's the case, but I still think she has utility with her A2 and the Fear. It's actually quite good. I use her a lot into Stone Skin to steal the Stone Skin buffs and then Fear everyone. It's actually quite useful if you can do it. Obviously in a polymorph meta, that's not ideal, but still. You're one of YST referrals. Oh, nice. Is the CB team Kale, Hakem, Deacon, Godseeker, Demitha, and Skullcrusher good? Yeah, it should be. I'm guessing you're doing a Demitha, Skullcrusher, Unkillable style team with Skullcrusher taking the stun. So it should work. If you can speed tune it. I assume that's what you're using. How do I level food so fast on my main? I use brews. I've got like 4,000 brews and about 11 barrels and like 20 rank 5 chickens, about 100 rank 4 chickens. Got so much like just free stuff on my main. Like I can probably get the legendary book on my main in 5 seconds. The amount of time it takes me to get here. All these gems are going. No, just acquiring. You pick up, you'd be surprised when you get to an endgame count when you're doing like personal CVC, normal CVC, events, how much of this stuff you just pick up because you don't need it. You're not using it. Clan boss, daily rewards, login rewards, free packs. Like you just pick up loads of crap on a main account these days. What are you wandering for? Huh? What are you after? Come on then. Come on here. Come on. It's after the Belna buff, Nick. Okay, cool. Ah, yes. A Diabolist. It's a free rank 3 chicken. Is it possible to tune Crimson Helm block damage buff working what I got, lol? In what area, Doug? Are we talking Clan Boss, Sand Devil? Where are you talking? You know, Iron Twins? I was too new to the game together, but I got Ornn. He got me Dragon 20. Yeah, Ornn is like a great solo carry. You probably need to book Demitha, I'd have thought, Jonas. Depends on what the speed tune is. You need to speed tune it. There's probably low value if you're not speed tuning that as an unkillable team. I'm sure that there's a Demitha Skullcrusher unkillable speed tune on Deadwood's site. Can you do Crimson Helm block damage? She's only a 1 turn, isn't she? Or is she a 2 turn? I don't know. I don't think I can recall any Crimson Helm focused clan boss teams. You may be able to though. Deadwood Jedi's site and Discord is the best place to check any sort of these really exotic style teams. You might find one there. I can't think off the top of my head a Crimson Helm team, but that's probably because I'm much more biased towards Demitha these days in my head. Yeah, I know. I hear a lot of people say legendary books are really hard to come by. I don't really feel like I've ever bought legendary books. I feel like I get enough. Like, unless you're buying loads and loads of shards, or you're getting extremely lucky, you normally don't have enough legendary champions to be requiring the books anyway. Because normally, you know, you're just not picking up enough of them. Yeah, I hear a lot of people do it, and I don't know, for me, like, I obviously get it at the moment with epic books, but that's because I know I'm not doing clan boss. But if I was doing clan boss right now, I'd be pretty comfortable running with, like, epic books. Like, I get so many epic books on my main, I use them, but I know a lot of people who sit on thousands of epic books because they have no champions to book. Would you book Ragash first or Vlad? Ragash. I think Ragash is a better overall champion. It depends. Like, Ragash is defense-based, so from an arena standpoint, more utility. But if you've got Constantine, then you might want to do the Constantine-Vlad pairing, which is also very strong. God, I'm already bored of this. Arena check. Yes. Fights. Yeah, that's like my Arbiter on my main account is still not fully booked. Because her A1's not booked, and I'm like, I don't need it. Oh, that feels like bait. Maybe. It feels like bait. Is it bait? No, we win. Close, though. Go on, D. Go on, Kale. Smash him to pieces. Nice. Anyone else? That feels like bait. We'll try it. Oh, we win. Please, for the love of God, kill. Don't let him live. Ooh, thank God. We're actually getting some arena fights. We're climbing today. So good. We are climbing a hell of a lot today. I haven't had this much of a positive day in arena in about a month, it feels like. All free to play. Ever since I've got into golf, this is the best experience I've had trying to climb. Actually, multiple fights that I can actually fight against. What else we got here? No. This one's tempting. I feel like it's tempting. Let's try it. It's bait. I'm not fast enough. That one was bait. Oh, he's alive. It's not going to matter. That one was just bait. It's fine. Oh, this one we might be able to beat. Hey, I'm in with Fu by a team by a week or a couple of fails and all good. Clan member said, sorry for early saying. If the Mythfu team is failing, pretty much 9 times out of 10 with Mythfu, it's because your ratio, the speed ratio between your Seeker champion speed and your DPS champion is not correct. There is a requirement for you to be a certain level of speed. If you're not at that level of like variation between the two, it will break. If you check the guide on Deadwood Jedi site, it has the actual mathematical requirements for you to make sure you're in tune. Dear God, we've actually used all of our refills. I haven't done that in, like, forever, it feels like. Anyway. That was fun and all, but we gotta go back to training. Brutal. Your your blessing messes with speed tune. Yeah, you've always got to be careful of blessings and faction guardians messing with your speed tune. Always check before you 10 out of 10 a faction guardian that you're not using a champion in a speed tune that's going to break it. Always check. And always check when you 6-star awaken something that your speed is not going to be messed up in the speed tune. So easy to forget. 2 fails. What affinity was it failing on Dodeth? And what is the team that you're using? Obviously it's Mythfu. What's the full 5-man roster? Who's your DPS champion? Regeared, but it's still not perfect. Are you talking Mythfu's once void Anax? It shouldn't do. Like if it's correct in the speed tune calculator, then it shouldn't fail. Mythfu, the only time Mythfu ever fails is when Mythfu will fail when the speed is wrong on Spirit more often than not. That's when I find it fails. Alpha X, what's up, brother? I'm alright, how are you? How is it going? The whale in me is scratching hard for tomorrow, but I'm low spending this year, so I don't want to buy shards. Honestly, mate, if you cannot guarantee you're near Mercy, don't bother. You need to know that you're going to be within a certain amount of shards, otherwise it's a lot of investment. Unless you've got the voids laying around, right? If you've got the voids to get yourself to Mercy, great. If you haven't, just don't bother. Don't give yourself the disappointment. There'll be opportunities to get them again in the future. It's not like this is the only time you're ever going to be able to do it. Oh, Hellcat Unkillable. See, I'm not a fan of Hellcat teams. I know a lot of people love them. I find it very quirky. Hellcat Unkillable teams. Yeah, so like here's the things to check, guys. If your clan boss team is failing and it wasn't before, have you got any dangerous masteries? Okay, any mastery that affects turn meter or skill rotation on a champion specifically that is required for the speed tune, you should avoid. I can give you a bit of a TLDR right now. Right? Masteries wise, if your champion is important for the speed tune, you do not take Cycle of Magic, don't take Rapid Response, don't take Arcane Celerity, don't take any of these speed related abilities. Be careful with Lasting Gifts. If your champion is a speed buffer, don't put Lasting Gifts on it, it will mess up your speed tune. Avoid those masteries like the Plague if they are important for your speed tuning. The other thing that can break certain teams is if the stun targeting is off. If a champion is going to get stunned, that's something you need to be careful of. But generally speaking, most of the time it's either a bad mastery or it's a speed ratio. Counter-attack gear on Ninja is bad because if he's within the wrong ratio, 10% speed can break your speed tune. I've seen 0.5 speed break speed ratios. It's very sensitive. Does the Mercy system work separately for Void Sacred and Ancient Shard? Yeah, you have Sacred counters on every individual shard, and you have Sacred counters on... you basically... Sorry, let me rephrase. You have Mercy counters on every single shard, and Mercy counters on every single type of champion within that shard. So, there's a different Mercy counter for Legendary on Ancient, as well as Epic on Ancient. Ganeshak at 244 and Geo at 246, but Ganeshak still goes first. Any thoughts as to why? Are you using the speed aura, Wraith of Ka? If you're using a speed aura, make sure that you're not artificially giving Ganeshak a faster speed because he's got a higher base speed. It's hard to tell. Like when I get these questions, it's hard to tell without seeing the full speed tune in a calculator. If I see the full speed tune in a calculator, I can give you a better answer. But generally speaking, if they're that close together, it could be that someone's getting a bonus speed from somewhere, like an aura or something. So I tried the Ultimate Myth Eris with Ninja. My speeds are on point, though my Dwarf Epic faction guides are full. That could be the reason it fails. Usually turns... Have you plugged it into the Deadwood Jedi Clan Boss calculator, Randy? Does it work in the Deadwood Jedi calculator of your current speeds of your champions? That's always the first place to check. Yeah, Egron. So you're suffering from the speed ratio, right? Let me show you this on the Mythfu. Right. Okay. Let me just show you this. Very important information. Anyone who runs Mythfu, you need to read this paragraph. Okay. When you are running Spirit, there is a potential that one of your champions resists the speed debuff, which means that technically they are running at a faster pace than the calculator is showing you, because the calculator assumes you always have the speed debuff when it gets applied, which means that if one of them resists on a 3% or for whatever reason, they're going faster, it could break your calculator. So in order to ensure that doesn't happen, you need to do these calculations. So for example, what I need to make sure is that my Seeker's true speed times 7.15 divided by 7.8 is greater than the DPS. I always get these symbols messed up. The DPS speed has to be the other way around. One of the two. Whatever that symbol means there. My brain is not working right now. So for example, if your Seeker's true speed, which is the speed after aura, as what shows in the calculator, is like 240 for whatever reason, you would do 7.15 divided by 7.8, which means that your DPS needs to be greater than 220, or whatever that symbol is. Less than 220. Thank you, Greffin. This the one thing I always mess up in math is the symbol. No matter how many times people tell me different ways to remember it, I always mess it up. So basically, as long as your DPS is less than 220 speed, it won't fail in Spirit. If your DPS is more than 220 speed, it might not fail in normal situations, but it could fail in Spirit. The calculator will show that it's working fine, but if one of your champion resists the speed debuff, then it will fail. So check your speed ratios on Mythfu if you are running Mythfu. That's why it's failing every now and then. Mercy for Void Shards is terrible given how much rarer and more valued they are. Yes, it is terrible, but it's not as terrible as Sacred Shards, Pocket. If we're talking about which one is the worst, Sacred is by far the worst. The only good thing about Void Mercy is the ×10 for Void Legendary is much better than any other ×10, especially when there's a single ×10 champion. When you have two of them, it kind of, like the second champion makes the first champion worse, and by product makes the second champion worse, the odds, because they share the odds. Essentially, both of them are getting 10 cards, so therefore they're watering down the pool even further. The chances are you'll get one of them combined, but it might not be the one you want. But yeah, generally, like, Ancient Shard Mercy is the best one because it's so much more accessible, right? You get a lot more of them. The mouth eats the bigger number. I know. Do you want to believe, right? I struggle with it. The amount of times I sat there in my last job and I'd literally sit there for half an hour going, I can't figure out this symbol. I struggle. I don't know what it is in my brain. It just doesn't like that symbol. It's just my brain gets it the wrong way around. Got Venus on a Yumiko ×10 and got Elil. Yeah. MM0, you wouldn't believe how many times I've tried to go for a Kaimar ×10. And also Senti, for example. Senti in Discord calls himself Duchess. No Duchess Senti or something like that. Duchess doesn't exist Senti. Because the amount of times Senti has gone for Duchess on a ×10 and never gets Senti, never gets Duchess is painful. I feel for him. Level up, guys. Why is level up important? Level up is important because we get 1 energy per refill, and we also get a free refill. Yes. Free energy. Would you use Skrank at low level? Skrank is amazing. Skrank is Baby Ninja. He's an AoE HP burn champion that heals himself, that gives himself increased attack, and hits really hard, and gives you weaken. There is literally no reason not to use Skrank. Skrank is so good. I can't, like, speak more highly of the champion. He is so, so, so good. What can we expect coming to Raid? Is there anything special in the coding apart from the new updated dungeon bosses? So, the next month. Accessory Oil Dungeon. The array is already there. They just haven't created the boss, but it's there. It's ready to go. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the next update. We've got hard mode dungeons look like they're going to be developed at some point. There's nothing in the static data, but the artwork is there. So if they've done the artwork, that means it's pretty well developed. It's likely going to happen. So we've got hard mode dungeons. Now, we don't know whether they're going to be reskinned duplicate content. Like, we don't know if it's going to be the same Fire Knight boss, just harder. We don't know how it's going to scale, but that's going to be there. They've hinted at live arena on social media, but there's nothing in the game data to suggest anything is coming to arena. I can tell you that the next Forge Pass is coming on the 20th of February, and it will be Bolster. I can tell you that. That's in the game code. But other than that, it's not a lot. I don't really tell you. I don't really know. The problem is they drop everything last minute. Now, I'm expecting that the next patch will be bigger because the last one was quieter and because they said PvP changes were coming in Q1. So Q1, the last time I checked, ends next month. So that means PvP changes must be coming next month. Otherwise, what's going on? We've also got Great Hall rebalances coming, like the solution to the Great Hall problem. Like, my main account doesn't do arena because why do I do it? Great Hall's max, so we need a solution for that. So yeah. Forge Pass, I think, is still one of the most valuable products in this game. Like, if I could spend money on this, on my free-to-play, the first thing I would buy is Forge Pass. Yeah, Forge Pass on the 20th. Like, that's the thing. That's the first that I would... The first and only thing I would spend on the free-to-play more than anything else is a Forge Pass. Thanks. I'd love to spend, but I can't. Not allowed. Or 3 stars now. Missions. I haven't looked at missions actually. Is there any point me doing any missions here? There's 150 energy there. Not that I have level 16 artifacts to use. Oh man, I should be pushing it for this, right? It's gonna be a pain to get to. I don't really want to go and spend any energy on Spider at the moment, so I don't think it's worth doing any missions here. Just leave them be, because this is retroactive, so that'll happen, whatever. That's easy. That's easy, but it's going to take energy. So that's just ignore for now, I guess. Arena check. Oh, do I really want to fight a Mithrala? That's going to be bait. Let's not fight a Mithrala. It's going to take forever to kill that. That's a skip. I should really be looking to do tag team arena as well, but I just find it so dull. Oh, that's a free one. Yes, you can use Prime Gaming rewards on free-to-play. Challenge. Yeah, Gem Pack and Forge Pass, 100%. I don't think, like, one is better than the other one. Because the thing is, when I look at the Gem Pack, that's like a, you know, when you play WoW, you pay for a subscription. That's me paying for my subscription for Raid, right? That's just my monthly subscription. I don't really see it as spending. Whereas, yeah, that's fine. I'm dying. Oh, God. Can we sleep? We can punch her. Ow. That hurt. Right, you die. Sleep? Nope. Okay, well, it's all on Hoscarol. Come on, Hoscarol, do your thing. That's not doing your thing. Although he did get a Jamasa proc. That's still not doing your thing. Still not doing our thing here. I could have actually revived, actually, now thinking about it. Oh, he should got frozen. Now we can revive. Will we please kill... Yeah, there we go. That's the Hoscarol thing I wanted. No, I'm in Bronze 1, John. So you actually get loads of easy wins in Bronze 1. Oh, really? Really? This is such a free win. This is just slowing me down. This is such a free win. Thank you. Well, the only thing I fear about the Great Hall change was the messaging that was coming out of the Great Hall, out of Playroom when they were talking about what's next and stuff, was we can't just add more levels to things, right? But then, oh, I love market reset, mystery shard, pick up this, nothing else there, right? But then, because they basically had that interview with Ash, and in that interview with Ash, they basically said, we know that Doom Tower champions are a problem. We know that Doom Tower champions are a problem, that we can't just keep adding more champions. We know that Great Hall is now a problem because too many people have completed it. And we needed to think of a different solution because we couldn't just add more levels. Well, they just added pointless rewards to the secret rooms. So are they just going to end up adding more levels to the Great Hall? Because it feels like they don't know what to do with it. So I don't really see why we can't just add more levels. If you're going to make me need to build like 600 accuracy on bosses, then why can't I have 100 accuracy in the Great Hall? I don't see the problem personally. Like, just make me go to level 15 or level 12 or level 14 or something. Like, quite an easy solution. That's going to be one of my dev diary videos that I'm going to do as well. How do we rebalance the raid economy to actually be more rewarding and also give forward progression to a lot of legacy systems that are no longer scaling? I gotta say though, if hard mode dungeons arrives before actually any PvP changes, there will be a lot of memeing going on in the community in terms of the year of PvP. Because we all kind of like sat here and were like, do you know what's fine? The war kind of ruined all your plans. We totally respect and understand the fact that you can't, you know, do the year of PvP at the moment. Fine. But since then, they've added lots of systems which are, quote, in preparation for future PvP changes. But we actually haven't got any future PvP changes. So it's like we need to start seeing some of the future PvP changes that Stone Skin, that Hydra, that Mithrala, that Blessings, that Blessing Rebalances, that Reaction, all of these things that came into the arena were designed for. Because so far, all they did was hotfix the problem with the arena ranking system. They haven't actually implemented any changes to the arena system in 18 months. So they will, Genes, but the only people that really matters is people pushing high-end arena, which it won't be for the majority of players. What I'm saying, Genes, is what does 20 more accuracy matter in the Great Hall when you need to get 500 accuracy? What does 5% more crit damage matter when people have got like 400% crit damage? It doesn't really matter. So if you don't know what to do with it, just add more levels for the time being, because it's not going to make or break the game, but it will mean that people can spend their gold medals. It's not going to be perfect for everyone, but at least it will be perfect for more people. Why do they make sheep require actually like Brimstone 6-star? Because, Pocket, it's not used by the... well, Polymorph is working as intended. It doesn't get used more than Brimstone, and Brimstone was totally overpowered, so, you know. That's the official answer. The real answer is, I don't know, mate. It should. Either your blessing system requires accuracy or it doesn't. Yeah, it could be player versus the players. So what I think they should do with Arena, and again, so my 3 dev diaries that I've got planned. Dev diary 1 is how to make blessings properly done. Dev diary 2 is going to be how do we rebalance the economy. And Dev Diary 3 is how do we set up a long-term future for competitive arena. I think we need to move towards more of a clash system with arena. There needs to be less weekly brackets or weekly ladders, less of a ladder system and more of a bracket knockout system, where you basically enter yourself into a tournament and then you get like progression through there based on like best of 3 or something, or various different systems like that. And then out of that tournament, you then get to a, like the winners of the brackets go into like a special league, and that special league takes you into another league, and then the rewards scale exponentially based on various different progressions. So you can still compete in various different things, but you can compete at times which suit you better, right? So instead of having the ladder reset at a specific time of day where you're not awake or you may not be able to do it, make it so that the bracket has an expiration date for you to complete it. You can complete it any time you want in that bracket, but you have to complete it before the bracket ends. If you win that bracket, then you go through to a different promotional stage, right? And then if you want that kind of plat feeling, you can have like a once a month exposure where if you've earned enough points from different brackets and different tournaments, you can get yourself into the Super League, and that Super League will then give you one-time rewards based on a special ranking. So that's what I would basically have it as, is less of a ladder system, more of an entry system, so I can opt into these things, right? Like right now, I don't think, as a player, I should have the ability to automatically climb up into gold. I should be able to go, press a button, I want to compete in gold. Or press a button, I don't want to compete in gold. Let me stay in silver. Let me stay in bronze. Let me make that decision. but I basically am automatically entered into a category of arena that I'm not ready for. Oh god, this is tiring. More 2 stars. I agree, Pocket, right? So what I would suggest with Great Hall and with gold bars, so basically I would take gold medals, I would take gold bars, I would take all of those currencies, I would make a universal dust currency. I've mentioned it a few times before on stream and things. And then your Great Hall is not tied directly to Arena. Great Hall and Arena are not compatible, in my opinion. I would even take away the percentage bonuses from Arena if that was relevant, right? Or something. But what I would say is Great Hall gets upgraded by a currency that you earn by playing the game. So when I complete a dungeon, I get some dust. When I complete an arena battle, I get some dust. When I complete a faction war stage, I get a dust. Maybe I win some dust in an arena fight. Maybe I buy a pack with some dust, right? You can scale it however much you want and you can bracket it, but my progression in Great Hall is based on playing the game, which it should. You know, you can structure it a bit like gems, but not gems, right? Gems are a currency refill, premium currency refill, right? You use gems to buy shards, you use gems to buy other currencies. The dust would be a universal currency that you could go into a black market bazaar where you can maybe buy some champion fragments, or maybe you can buy some glyphs, or maybe you can buy some chaos ore, or maybe you can buy some energy or brews or potions or soul stones or any of these sorts of things, right? They've got all these currencies in. Use the dust as that. So it means when I'm doing arena, I'm not just farming pointless gold medals anymore. I actually am farming a currency that if I want to, I can either put all my focus on Great Hall, or I can put it into the market bazaar, or I can put it into other places. What you're doing is you're giving players decisions around what they want to spend their resources on. And if the player decides they don't want to put any investment into the Great Hall, well, that's up to the player, right? That's their decision. But what you've got right now is currency specifically devoted to each individual system. And once that individual system becomes end of life, you have no use for that currency. So what do? What's the point of me doing Classic Arena? I get nothing from it. I get a bit of Magisteel for the Forge. Why do I have to do Arena to forge materials that I want to use in PvE? Or why do I want to farm Arena so that I can make my Doom Tower gear, which I've got from a PvE dungeon? It doesn't make any sense. You know, if you want to make Arena like PvP competitive, make the Arena experience competitive, the rewards tied to competitive, and then make PvE rewards relatable but not essential. And well, the thing is, John, it wouldn't, right? Because if people find there are reasons, like so for example, I might want to buy arena refills then. That mini mix pack that comes out, right? I don't buy it on my main because what's the point? Okay, so for example, let's just have a look at that mini mix pack. On my main, right? XP boost, I have 27 weeks, pointless. Rank 4 chickens, I have like 100, pointless. Demon Lord keys, I 1 key, pointless. Energy refills, good, that's awesome. Classic arena refills, I don't need arena, pointless. XP bros, I earn enough for them, pointless. You see what I mean, right? So I could, if my arena gave me resources that I could spend in the market bazaar, then this pack, all of a sudden, I might buy it more often. Because actually now, those refills are valuable to me. What if you, in Clan Boss, right? Obviously we know you get double chests for hitting 72. What if you hit 100 million, and when you hit every subsequent 50 million mark, you get bonus dust? Well, maybe it's worth me having those extra keys then, because actually I'll get more currency. Maybe I want to do that. Maybe I'll use my 4th key more often. maybe it's worth me pushing a higher clan boss key. So I think, yes, you could make an argument that if you give more resources to players, they'll have less reason to spend money. But in the same breath, I could have an argument that says if you give players more reason to play the game, they're more likely to spend money. Like, that makes sense, right? You don't need to make players feel bad about playing the game to get them to spend money. You can put restrictions in place as well. Like, you can make it hard for people to complete stuff in the game and then force them to spend money, but it can still be a positive experience by doing that, right? You can still, like, why do you think people buy takeovers? They don't do it because they feel bad about it. They need advice. They need coaching. So they do it because they think, okay, I can spend a bit of money, but I get a lot of progress. People want to spend money on the game. What you need to do is make it so that what they spend money on feels valuable to them. Whereas at the moment, what they're doing is they're making it harder for people to see the value in spending money. And this is coming from someone who spent a lot of money on this game. You know, I look at my main account and I go, unless I spend 10 grand on shards, it's no point. But if I actually could microtransaction it out into like 30 quid bucks or something, and I get stuff that I can spend money on and I can maybe push here, then it's different, right? That's it, Dando, right? Because one, you can't really get through it, but also, not really being efficient here. I wasted some energy there. Those refills are really good, but you have less motivation to push them because effectively you just don't get a lot from it. Yeah, I know. The concept of microtransactions has gone out the window. But you know what I mean, Swiftcut? Like, the problem is there's like weird states of account where right now spending a little bit of money on my account would reward my account a lot. But when you start getting into the end game, a little bit of money is actually not very rewarding at all. But that's what I would do. I'd basically try and create a currency. Oh, look at that. All blimmin'. It's horrible. I would try to create a currency that would be a marketable currency that you could earn in game that replaces a lot of legacy currencies and legacy systems that I can no longer support and I don't want to have to commit more development time to. Because effectively reworking the Great Hall is development time that's probably not going to lead to an awful lot of income because they've let it get to a bad state. You know, you let people hoard gold medals, so you've now got to do something with those gold medals. Otherwise, players are going to go, well, what about all those 30,000 gold medals I've got? I don't want to just lose them. What am I going to do there? So they've almost created a problem for themselves. Has Errol jumped to the top 10 of nukers? Yeah. He's a very strong nuker. I don't know whether he's in the top 10, but he's a very strong nuker. His multiplier in his A2 is a tad low, I would say, but it's pretty strong because he ignores defense. Yeah, exactly, Swiftcut, right? A little bit of spending in the early to mid game gets you a lot of progression. A little bit of spending in the mid to late to the late to end game gets you not a lot of progression. Because if you can't get the specific champions, which is very hard to do these days, then, you know, end game is very much about, do you have the 10 champions that are really OP? Do you have a Theodore? Do you have a Chrysia? Do you have a Calvalax? Do you have a Kaimar? Do you have a Duchess? Do you have a, you know, these meta really powerful champions? Because they make the difference between you running it in 4 minutes, 2 minutes versus that. I would say you don't need to, because Lydia, Mithrala, Doom Tower champions like Dark Kale, you get an AoE HP in Drexar and Akoth. Archmage is a great Fire Knight champion. You get every champion you need. As much as Raid is a whale game, it's also one of the most friendly free-to-play games in the market. Because you can literally play this game and spend 0 pennies and complete the entire game, and you get a lot of free rewards. They incentivize you to play the game. The problem is, lately, they're making it harder to play the game. I'm talking about... You would be surprised how many players that I know have got a maxed Great Hall that are not whales, that are not long. Like I would imagine if you're talking about anyone over 2 years, they've probably got a maxed Great Hall, which is a substantial amount of player base now. That's a lot of player base. Not people that have started right now, but a lot of the players that started when the game came out, they probably have a maxed Great Hall. Yeah, it's really common now. The thing is, they started throwing these mini mix packs at us. There's a lot more arena refills that you get now on a regular basis. There's a lot more being thrown at us to keep playing the game. But, like, for example, the Blessings rework is a classic example of creating a change in the game that de-incentivized spending. Because effectively, they basically made it feel impossible to get to the higher tier. Whereas if they had made it a little bit more linear, where you felt like you were naturally progressing, then it would be better, right? So, for example, they should increase the Iron Twin drop rates because you don't feel like you can engage with the system enough. If you're not pulling champions out of the Soul Forge in a reasonable, regular enough basis, you forget it exists. I have forgotten to do twins a lot more often these days because I just pull a Soul Stone and I get a rare champion. I don't feel like I'm pulling enough souls. So if I don't feel like I'm pulling enough souls, then I'm not engaging with the game. Then I stop engaging with the whole concept of the system. And that's the problem, I think, with the soul changes, the blessing changes, is they're going to push more players to this. Oh, well, I'll only get a 1-star soul. Unless I get a 6-star soul, it's not relevant. Whereas at least with Brimstone, it was like getting 1-star soul in the champion was really good. Not anymore. I would say, though, Brimstone is not a big change in Hydra, John. I know probably for your team maybe it is, but I think there are ways around it. Like, it's potentially a big issue if you're relying on Brimstone on a champion that doesn't require accuracy. But half the time, as long as you've got good control in place for your team and you've built your team correctly, you shouldn't notice much of a difference. The only issue is going to be, 1, if you didn't control the cleanse head, and 2, if you had a bit of an unstable team where you had to RNG some of the heads a bit more, or 3, you were using it on a champion that didn't have accuracy. Like mine is on Kantra. She has accuracy, so she's fine. I love this game, Akash. Everything I'm saying right now isn't from a state of I'm fed up with the game. It's from a point of these are things they can do to win public support very easily that they should just be doing. Plarium have an ability, and I don't know why they do it. Plarium have an ability to basically make a rod for their own back, right? They have the ability to do a couple of good things and then completely and utterly throw everyone under the bus for no reason whatsoever. You can have blessings that require you to wail to get to the end game, and you can have free-to-play players feel like they can get something out the blessing system, and you can make money. You don't need to pick the one path. You can do all of them. But I love the game. Like, I love the theory crafting. I love the clan boss. I love speed tuning. There's depth to the game that not many other games have. It appeals to my old MMO min-maxing style. I don't really have time to play MMOs these days. But it appeals to that old style of being able to push like the 1% and finding 1% gains and pushing your builds to the ultimate extreme. Well, it depends, Radiant. Like, the way I look at it, Krakens will spend money on Krakens and whales will spend money on... They'll burn their money whether it's good or not, because they have no, like, sense, right? People who have a lot of money to throw around generally will spend money on things they don't know what they're buying, whether they think it's good or not. You know? The amount of tales I've seen of people spending 40,000 on Raid, don't even know what they're doing. You know, the amount of times I've seen people come in with, I've got all these champions, why won't my speed tune work? It's like, well, you've got none of it set up correctly because they've just spent a lot of money, they've got a lot of champions, cool. So I think your Krakens will always spend money. What you want to do is incentivize both. If you make the higher Awakened Blessings good, like you can still have Brimstone, do less damage on lower Awakening, have less chance on lower Awakening, So therefore, when you scale it, it's better. That will mean that as a free-to-play, getting a 1-star soul on someone like Rhonda still feels good because it's got a chance to activate. It's just not as good as if I got 6-star, but I feel good because I got something. It feels like it's going to make a difference. Versus now, which is like, unless I put accuracy on my Rhonda that doesn't require accuracy, the blessing is pointless. But if you make it so that it scales, maybe it goes no accuracy at level 1 with 15% chance and it's 100,000 damage versus 6-star, which is protected, guaranteed, with 250,000 damage. Fine. Everyone's happy with that. I think people will still be slightly unhappy, but at least people won't feel like they need to completely ignore the system. You know, Walk-in Tomb Drink doesn't need accuracy. Why all of a sudden does he need accuracy? Because Brimstone's not on him. Like... Yeah, like Phantom Touch change. I think it was a bit sneaky they nerfed the damage. But to be honest, it's probably a little bit overtuned for a rare. So I kind of get it. Sneaky, but I kind of get it. And dropping the chance so that you only had a 100% chance on rank 6. Again, it's fine, right? You're incentivizing higher ascendancy. There's not much of a difference between 7-star. You're giving your rare champion bonus damage. See, I know a lot of people have said or state you don't get enough energy. Night Squifter, I hope you sort your clan boss out. Let us know if you managed to fix your clan boss issues. Clan boss is very frustrating when you first build it, but once you get it settled, it's pretty fun. Yeah, I wouldn't like. I've heard people say, "Oh, I need more energy as free to play." I kind of get it. You're wrong. I do get it. It does make sense, but at the same time, I would say you get an awful lot of energy on a daily basis, right? You know, I get like 400 energy a day. You know, you get your advanced refill, your daily refill, you get natural regen over the day, which is about 200 energy. So that's already like 130, 260, about 460 energy. You get 500 every week from the daily login and then a bunch in a month. You get Doom Tower, which gives you like a couple of hundred energy. Like, they throw a lot of energy at you. I do agree that potentially increasing the energy refill cap by at least 10 is a good idea. So taking it up to like 140 or 150, because they haven't really scaled that from level 60 when they increased it from level 60 to level 100. I feel like that's probably a good change now, because there's more content that we need to run on a daily basis. So if I'm burning gems, I want to burn gems and get more money. If they do that, it's going to be a hell of a month for me to actually work out all the different math efficiencies on a bunch of different things. But I think that's probably a good change. But otherwise, we do get an awful lot of energy as like free-to-play people, I feel like. Oh, how many have we made? Yeah, it could be higher. I was being low, John, just in case you weren't playing actively. Oh, this is tiring, guys. Yeah, so the old level cap, Doug, used to be level 60, which is why it caps at level 60. Because when they went from level 60 to level 100, they never increased the energy cap along with your player level. But I start getting full 160 cap here. But like some days you can walk away with 1,000 energy in a day because your weekly comes in. Like if you think on a monthly basis I get 400 energy, on a weekly basis I get, or every 5 days I get another 2 refills. I get some here, I get 50 and a refill on my advanced. Like, you get an awful lot of energy a day. Honestly, it's not as bad as people make it out. I do think the natural refill needs to go up. I think that's fair because there's more content that requires our energy now that they're asking us to do, so that's fair enough. But I don't think it's as dire that we just don't get enough energy. I think you get enough energy to do what you want in a day. If anything, there's too much to do in a day. Any arena fights? Oh, we got reset. Daily reset. I don't know. I think it only goes up by 1 now. Is that a bait team? Let's try it. Maybe it's a bait team. It's a bait team. We're gonna lose. We're gonna lose. Hey. Got baited. That's just because I haven't put any effort into my arena team. If I put some effort into my arena team, I win that fight every day of the week. Is this a bait team? I'm praying for you, Jeans. No, it's not. Nice. Can I actually kill it, though? I need to kill the Magna. Magna's got Reflect. I think we're okay. Nice. Nice. What do we get for the daily login? Ooh. 5-star gear. Oh, I missed my gem pack. Altar of Souls. What do we get out of here? No. Ooh, it's so useless. One of those situations where you go, ooh, I use Gembo, and you're like, actually, Gembo wouldn't benefit anything from it because he's an arena champion, and arena champions won't get anything for that. Let's make a 5-star this. Energy capture 250. No, that's way too high, Dennis. Way too high. I'd say 160 is fine. Stats. When I talk about stats. How long have I been playing this game? My main account is over 3 years old. 400 attack. Oh yeah, it's true. But not at 1-star, right? 1-star is not going to benefit me. But yeah, you are right. Yeah, it's a fair point. Very fair frigging point. Actually, at this state of the game as well, it's actually quite big because getting attack on him is hard. Like, I did get a Kale Soul in my marketplace, but I know there'll be a Kale Path, right? So I'm going to wait for the Kale Path to get that soul. What do we need to do here? Upgrade an artifact. Do I get any artifacts? No. What do we get? It might be okay. Ooh, that rolled quite well. Ooh. As I said, I can't pull champions on the free-to-play, but I can roll gear. I mean, actually quite good. Like, I don't know whether that... we probably... we wouldn't have enough crit rate. We'd have to figure out crit rate on him. That's a potential swap over there. It's good. We'll take that. Purchase item from the marketplace. Let's buy a bandit. Right, what do we got down here? Craft 1 epic or legendary. Oh god, here we go. I haven't got any epic materials. I do actually. Bad start. Oh. It's pretty bad. Go. Hehe. 5 gems. Unlock a mastery. You got it, boy. The life drinker. Classic arena from the single faction. We need to wait 10 minutes. 50 energy. Oh, we're going to survive 30 turns. We're not going to have that. This resets. We won't have a refill tonight. Beat 3 faction war stages without losing a champion. You got it. Yeah, my gearing is like so good. Is Scion any good? Well, if you believe Plarium, Scion's purpose in the game is to educate people on how to use block buffs. Quote from Plarium. Don't know why that's the reason, but that's what they said. I don't think I can 3-star this because I think he's not fast enough. Which sucks. So, what I need to do... A Demon Spawn as well. Demon Spawn I'm close to. The only problem is I can't beat the boss because there's too much control. These are two good factions for me. I just need to go here. Yeah, that's exactly what they said when they released Scion originally. It was like, oh, well, people need to learn how to use block buffs. I'm like, I think people figure out how to place a debuff by now, to be honest. Saf, the gear you used for your Accrington Dragon, could it also work for Hydra? Probably. I think it's pretty okay, isn't it? You don't know how to use block burst to this day, no? Just amateur you are, Swiftcut. Mountain King, Ronda, and Burungiri in a vacuum, which would you 61st? I mean, the problem is the vacuum is pretty small there. Can you give me any sort of context in terms of what you're looking to progress in track media? Like, just a hint? If you can give yourself one piece of gear and choose the set, main stat, and substat, what roles would it be? It would be lethal, main stat, attack, main stat, crit damage, gloves, with crit rate substat. The holy trinity of damage sets is basically crit damage gloves with crit rate substat, with multiple rolls and crit rate, and then attack percentage with probably you could go speed or flat attack. If you want to go ultra damage super slow, like Cupida style build, you would want crit damage, crit rate, maximum crit rate rolls, attack percentage, and then attack flat. Would be like the ultra damage build. You couldn't beat it. I'm going to do that one more time. Why would anyone 6-star Burungiri can solo Bommel? I've seen people use it for soloing Bommel. The other set I would probably go is Untouchable, something like Untouchable, Invincible. So I'd go something like Untouchable or Immunity or something. Accuracy Chest with Speed Substat, or Speed Accuracy Chest with Speed Substat. For our wonderful debuff champions like Warlord or Yumakos, right? Champions you want to go fast on. Right, that should finish that. Let's go do our regular scheduled dragon runs. I keep a deflection set on hand Terror Lord because you never know when you need it. There's some places like Agreth for Paragon and a bunch of other things that deflect. A single deflection set is useful for. It's not the worst set in the world, but I don't make a lot of it. Like, I make swift parry over deflection. Hey, so I have a quick question for you. Why do you prefer to use Ninja not... Why do I prefer to use Ninja not CR capped? My Ninja is built for tanking more than anything else. He's not built for damage. He's built for being a tank killer. So his damage comes from his A2 burns, not from actual direct damage. But, you know, some people use him for full-on damage, nuking and clan boss and stuff like that. Mountain King's not very good in Arena. I think you have more success with Ronda in Arena because of her block passive ability. Mountain King just suffers from Ultimate Death Knight. Ultimate Death Knight is going to keep Mountain King out of the Arena meta for a very long time because you can't do anything with it. It's why they do those champions, Akash. You are the exact target audience they want to bring in, and that's why they do them regularly. Like, we'll probably have a new login legendary champion in about a month or two. Maybe for like the end of April, maybe at the end of the Prime rewards. They don't normally leave it too long. Yeah, that's why you don't see any Mountain Kings anymore, Track Media. Ultimate Death Knight is kind of taking them out. The only reason why you see Rotus is because Rotus and Siphi are still an insane combo. But Mountain King has been disabled by Ultimate Death Knight. There's nothing you can do now. So... My Dragon 16 farm on my free-to-play is pretty stable. Yeah, that's why I would say Ronda out of those three in isolation. I don't think Ultimate Death Knight is a major problem. He's just annoying. That's the thing with Ultimate Death Knight. He's just annoying. Oh, look at that. Brilliant. Crit damage with speed. We like it. Isn't that Drexar Plagues? She does counter it, yeah. I mean, that's the only good thing. Ronda has basically dealt with a lot of Ultimate Death Knights in the early game. I don't think she is like a hard counter because she's weak affinity to him. So she can place the debuffs, but that doesn't mean she can actually kill him. Because if she weak hits all the time, she can't kill him because of his passive will eventually kick back in because it's only a 2-turn. This is awkward. Does Sniper Mastery still work for blessings? If a blessing places a debuff like Brimstone, then yes, Sniper will work. I think it works for Polymorph now, right? They fixed it. Well, they supposedly fixed it now, Dandavir. It looks like they have so far for my testing. Yeah, I swear, I use my Ronda at 50 to pick on people I know are going to be a pain in the backside, right? I don't use her excessively for an awful lot. Like you can see, she's not my Dragon team anymore because Hoscarl is such a hard carry for the waves. When I get to the boss, Coffin Smash is providing decreased attack, and then Orogrim and Deacon are currently carrying the damage, and Kale is there as well. So there's not really a space for her anymore. So... I'll be honest, Chiropter, it could be in lower tag team arena, but I've been in gold 1, 2, and 3 over the last 3 weeks, and I never see any Mountain Kings anymore. I see the odd one, but normally when I see them, I'm like, cool, free kill. He might kill one of my champions, but he just dies. So easy to counter. I think it's not that he's a bad champion, I just think Ronda gives you more... Like, it adds more to your account, right? Mountain King's just going to add a single target nuker that gets countered by Ultimate Death Knight, which you see in Arena. Ronda counters Ultimate Death Knight a little bit and also can provide you with fun damage, and it can be different things as well, right? So, do I buy Eres 3-star split soul for 12 small? I think so. If you're using her in your clan boss team, yeah, I think so. Because... that's like doubling your chances, right? It takes it to 30%. It's quite a big deal. I would. Yeah, the thing about Ronda is, in places where you can afford to just have a damage dealer, Ronda is really good. Right? Ronda is great. Because in terms of like single hit target damage, there's not much that can compete with Ronda. Because she hits so many times, right? So Giant Slayer hits really hard. She gets that extra hit on the A1 that does more damage. But when you actually work out how many places, like in my free-to-play right now, this team, where does she actually go apart from Kale slot? If Orogrim was fully booked, you could make an argument that she can replace Kale to clear the waves quicker. But that means we have less poisons on the boss. So to some extent. You're sitting here going, well, she can't replace Hosquil because he's carrying my waves. She can't replace Coffin Smasher because he's applying decreased attack. Can't replace Deacon, that's my AoE decreased defense. Arogrim and Kale's the only spot she can replace, and Arogrim and Kale are doing a lot more than she would do here. And that's what you tend to find with Ronda eventually. Like, Clan Boss is the same. Once you're running a Demitha team with Eres, with Seeker, she doesn't do decreased defense or weaken, so you're already in a bit of a bind as to whether you can fit her in. You know, you're sacrificing the weaken debuff to make her the DPS in a Myth Fu. And she doesn't do enough damage that weaken wouldn't be better overall. Because I can bring someone like a Whisper, not so much a Whisper because of the extra turn. I can bring someone like a Skrank, who basically gives weaken with a lot more damage. I can bring someone like a Ninja. He doesn't do weaken, does he? But he does a lot more boss damage, right? Comparatively. So that's what I'm saying. Like, she's not strong enough to work. Yeah, but then you have to build accuracy on Akash. And then you're in that same position of like, well, you're kind of nerfing your damage and you still don't have weaken, right? And I don't think... You got to remember, Brimstone in Clan Boss is capped, right? So Brimstone, even if you have it up 100% of the time, is only 8.3 or 8.7 million damage on a 50 turn, because he can only activate it on 2 of the 3 abilities. So realistically, unless you're going 3-1, you can't get back around to it in time. So actually, there is a hard cap to what Brimstone can give you on Clan Boss. It's good, but it's not that strong. Versus if I have weaken, that means all of my champions deal 8 million damage, then is weaken just better because I can have it up more reliably. Yes. Oh, look at all these funky things. What would I need for that 50 energy? Team from a single faction. Yeah, if Ronda had a weaken, or a decreased defense, or like an increased speed buff, or like something to help the team, I'd be much more like she goes in as a 60. But because she only does damage, she doesn't control an enemy apart from like a single target block active skills that you could spread. Like you can use Harken, I'm not saying you can't, but I'm just saying it's single target. An AoE damage ability and a single target ability. Like, she doesn't bring anything to the team other than what she brings for herself. It's a very selfish champion. That. Hey, Spike. I am good. How are you? We are on the free-to-play just grinding away, trying to get closer to winning this tournament, maybe. I haven't looked at where I am in a minute, actually. We need to win one more for a refill. Is there a free win here, or are we just going to throw a win for a refill? I think we got to throw a win. We're going to throw a win. Wow, we're faster than this team. What the hell? How are we faster than this team? I don't even know if we can do any damage here. Oh, hello. Can we do this? Don't let me down, Ronda. She killed herself. How did she kill herself? What did she kill herself on? Was it Gaius bombs? Oh, well. It was worth a shot. We got what we wanted, which is the refill. No weekly quests, which is a shame. That we're nowhere near. Can't do this. So that's pretty much all we can get from the experience pool. Upgrading. Nope. So we need to go make some food. Let's see where we are on the training. Yeah, the Gaius bombs got me. I recently pulled my 7 void shards and got 3 new epics. That's pretty good. What epics did you get, Akash? Lay it on us. Give us the details. What did you get? Random thought of the day. An aura that acts like the sniper mastery would be a cool idea, but probably not that useful in practice. I think it's a good idea. You could be exotic with auras, I think, Dandabe. It doesn't have to be just stat-based, does it? You could have things like has a 10% chance of all champions to protect the debuffs, or has a 10% chance that healing. You could have a healing output aura. You could have a damage output aura. You don't have to have just stat-based. Isn't he as A2 difficult to speed tune around, or is it better? If your speed tune depends on champions going in a rotation and you can't guarantee that you will be at 100% HP, disable it. Her A2. Nia will target the champion who needs a heal with that A2. So if everyone is at 100% and not debuffed, then she will pick the leader. So if the leader can be reset and it's not a problem, then it's fine. But if you can't guarantee that you can remain at full HP, or you can't guarantee you won't have debuffs, and you can't guarantee that she won't reset an ability on a champion that's not good, just disable it. She works into block damage comps pretty well, but other comps, like unkillable comps and other things, unless you, like, it's just very difficult. I would just say it's just very hard to do. I went cruelty on mine, Ruz. I think it's probably a good idea. You could go aura on him as well for the speed aura. It depends which teams you're going to put him in. I'm putting him in just cruelty just for now because it just felt like it was a better idea. Don't have Seeker or any ally protect. Should I go for budget Demitha clan boss? I think a budget Demitha clan boss is probably going to be better, yes. Unkillable teams will get you close. Even if you have to 4-key Ultra Nightmare, it'll get you close. Where are we at? We're at 8,000 points. Oh. We've done 3,000 points tonight. Let's use up this energy, and then let's do a bit of a head count in terms of how much burst we've got. How am I doing on the player and play? Got a rare book at level 50. That's kind of pointless. We don't need that anymore. We don't really get anything else now. Oh, we just... Oh, look. Oh. Are we close to... Are we going to get that tonight? We need 7 player and play points. 250 free energy in a couple of hours. Everyone's saying the player and play points is terrible. 250 energy, I'll take it. Look at that. 7 player and play points. We're going to get 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hell yes. Hell yes. Right. We are on Brutal, right? Brutal, yup. We need to make more 3 stars. Hard to hit the speeds needed for... Yeah, like some of the speeds are difficult. But you can go to 1-1 with Demitha. Can be quite good. Depends on your DPS. You also get the direct link to the last campaign at level 50. Oh, do you? Is that not enabled by automatically? This person's from DK. Is that... Why? They make some strange decisions in this game. Why isn't that just enabled? Why does that have to be a feature? Am I staying up late? No, I probably will get to the legendary book tonight, maybe. Depending on what time. Like, we might stream for another 20 minutes or so. And then I'm going to wake up early for it. Because otherwise I'll be wrecked. And I got to work. I've got things to do. So I don't want to devote my entire life to this. Because, again, as I said earlier in the stream, balance has been a big thing for me in the last 2 weeks. It's something that's actually very important. Good health balance. You know, I haven't eaten yet today. I need to really do that at some point. I might do a bonus stream in the morning. Maybe I stream the last, like, if I wake up with like an hour and a half to go and the tournament hasn't changed, nobody's burst, I might stream my burst, which would be like at 10, you know, like 8 hours from now. What about Angar? Would you build him? Yeah, MM0. I'm planning on using my burst during the clan versus clan. That's my plan. What about Angar? So the thing with Angar is a lot of people say he's a terrible champion because he's one of those champions like increased resistance buff, like a few other champions that they have to do something for them to work. So once you get the first provokes out on Angar, he's very good. But until you get that provoke out, he's not very good at all. He's a bit of a facelift for like 2023. I feel like he's one of those candidates that could be due a buff soon. But he's a very good controller. Once you get him going, he's very frustrating to fight. But I wouldn't say he's necessarily like heavy to invest in right now. You know, you got Asala, Demitha, and Exemplar. Wow, those three, like not so much Exemplar, Akash. But now that you've got Demitha, that gives you access to so many more clan boss teams. And Asala is one of the best offense-based revivers. She's a bit awkward to use on defense because she likes to use her revive all the time. You know, so you can't rely on her to revive when you need her to revive. But as a champion, Asala the Mourner is one of the best revivers that you can use offensively in your arena teams. Like, she's like a budget Duchess for what you need her for, in that sense. Not really the Duchess, but like a budget version of that kind of concept of an AoE revive champion you can use on offense. It depends on where you're working towards. So what I would say for 100%, if you're not doing Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss Akash, which it sounds like you're recently started playing with Rhonda, which probably means you're not there yet, I would seriously look at now, can you build an Ultra Nightmare viable clan boss team around your Demitha? I personally think Demitha clan boss teams are the best clan boss teams to build if you've got the champions for it. Stream it. Definitely. Yeah. What I'll probably do after we finish streams, I'll eat and then I'll probably sleep. And then I'll probably get up. Like, if I wake up and I'm like 15,000 points behind or something dumb like that, then I'm not going to bother, right? But if we're still in the game, then I will definitely 100% probably stream our burst. Yeah, exactly, George. I think he's still decent, right? If he gets going. But trying to get him going is the hard part with Angar. I feel like he needs some sort of like ability to interrupt at the start. So yeah, there's a bunch of champions that like to revive without needing to revive. Who would you put Demitha with for Ultra Nightmare? So it depends on what you've got. Like, the best place to go look, right? Not that I mean to promote anything, but like, we need to improve some of this. Me and Dead would have been trying to work on improving the site and improving the customization. It's something we want to do. But if you head over to deadwithjedi.com, head over to the Demitha speed tune list. There are so many Demitha speed tunes, right? You've got high, low, you've got fast tunes, you've got slow teams, you've got high end 1 keys, you've got 4 keys. There is a lot of flexibility you can do, right? I would say head over to here. Check out all of the different speed tunes you've got available to you. You will find that you can probably build some sort of team with champions from this. Even my brother, who plays the game sometimes on here, Una Demon, started in a situation where he's like, I don't have a clan boss team. He had a Demitha, and I gave him basically a really budget version. It started with like a 3 key, I think it was. Once he managed to get a few bits of the speed together, he got himself up into Ultra Nightmare. Now he 1 keys Ultra Nightmare. It's that once you start getting to Ultra Nightmare, you get a lot of progress. Yeah, normally when you want to do any sort of big clan boss team, like a 1 key or a 2 key, you kind of need like one of the boosters, like Ares with Seeker or Seeker with Deacon. Sometimes you need like maybe you can use High Katoon. There's High Katoon Demitha teams. There's like a High Myth Man with a Man-Eater if you've got a Man-Eater. There's lots of different options. It's not something I can literally just say pair it with these 3 champions and off you go, because I don't know what you've got. But if you've got a Seeker and you've got a Demitha, you're already halfway there. The Nose, how's it going? We've been talking about it all night. You've covered a good time. We're going to be doing a bit of an update to see where we are. We started around about 5,500 points today. I'm up to 8,000 now, but we have done a bit of a calculation in terms of how much burst we've got. And I'm going to do a bit of an update to see where we've got now with all the food farming we've been doing tonight. So you've come in at a right time because you're about to get a good update. Was extremely lucky to get Duchess and Seeker early. Oof, yeah. I mean, to be fair, Doug, I feel like I've paid a heavy tax for having Deacon Kale as like the spinner at the start. I feel like I paid a very big debt. That doesn't seem to have affected my gear, but it's affected my ability to pull an ally protector. Yeah, George, it's a very good point. Angar falls into the category of Mortu and Mashaled. You use him on your team, it feels like it's terrible. But when you face them, they're like, oppressive hell, right? Your Mashaled phase never work when you want it to, but the enemy's does. Angar, you never seem to be able to stop him on the enemy's team, but when you use him yourself, he's a bit meh. Same with Mortus. They're all in the same category of champions you don't want to face, but you have and you never want to use because they never feel like they're that effective at all. Is that winnable champion in the index? I couldn't find him. What index are we talking about, Roro? Which index? Went from 7k to 18 hours. Nice. Well done, Nose. How's your tournament bracket, the Nose? Is it whale heavy or is it pretty comfortable? The champion index, yeah, he is. He's a dark elf. For some reason, they managed to even screw up which faction to put him in. So when he was on the test server, they put him in the Sylvan Watchers initially, and all the leaks was like he's a Sylvan elf, but apparently he's a dark elf. I don't really know why. Used to be when they did couple champions, they were in the same faction, right? You had Juliana Phoenix is in the same faction. I think Cupidus Venus in the same faction. But now they always seem to split them. Vlad and Constantine are in separate factions. You've got Astralon and Lix are in separate factions. I don't really know why they've done that. I don't know why they split them. I don't really see the benefit. Because you effectively reduce their capability of being good in the faction wars. I can't use Astralon Lix combo faction wars because they're different factions. I can't use Vlad Constantine in the same faction. They're different factions. It kind of it reduces the value. Even Belen or Zavia reduces the value of them. I don't really understand why. Sissia Cardiel, different factions. Don't really know why. Karana and Manaya. 5 4-star 40s, Arkentum to 60s. Oh, nice. I love Arkentum. Really good champion design. I got Vasulf, and my punishment is having to fully book him. Yeah. Honestly, my first legendary on my main account was Martyr, and you would not believe the volume of... I had to fully book her to get one book in the A2, which is the counterattack skill, which at the time, that's all I cared about. Because none of her abilities, I think, are that... apart from the A3 is 100%. I obviously didn't need that. And I think it cost me, all of my legendary books. And that was at the time when I wasn't doing Ultra Nightmare. So getting that legendary book was so expensive. It was horrible. Yumiko and Karato can be used together. Yeah, that's true. That's a fair point, Pocket. Although I feel like... I don't know if everyone agrees. I feel like that partnership is not that important. I feel like Yumiko on her own is strong enough, and Karato doesn't really make Yumiko that much stronger, and Yumiko with Karato is better, but I don't really feel like he deserves a spot in the team. I don't really feel like he brings enough. No, you can summon Oella, Akash. So they pretty much don't do one-off champions now, ever. They did it with Ninja. I don't know whether they're going to do it with Ronda. If they do it with Ronda, it could be pretty bad. I think they've done it with Ronda, actually. So I don't think you can summon Ronda. So Ronda and Ninja are in that category. But apart from that, every other champion you can acquire either once in free in the game, or you can summon them. Oella you will be able to summon. So in actuality, what you will find, Akash, is you often end up pulling the fusion champion quite often. The amount of fusion champions I have on my raise are unbelievable. Okay, we're playing. Where's the rope? She's been... The cat has been carrying around this bit of string literally everywhere she goes lately. It's getting a bit mank, to be honest. But every time I try to take it off her, she finds it again. No, Alexander, I think you can summon, right? Are they not in the pool? I don't think anyone misses Alexander, though. It's not the same thing with Ninja. I don't think Ronda will be a champion that people will necessarily feel like rubbish about. But I feel like it's going to be the Ultimate Death Knight problem again, where... oh, yes, a goodie bag. What do we get in the goodie bag? A free energy refill. 100% amazing. Just buy that. Cool. And the market reset, which means we could get one of those. No epics, unfortunate. Arena. Any free friends? Oh, look at these free fights. Yes. Like, the problem I feel like with Ronda is at the moment, she's great because she's a solution to Ultimate Death Knight in the early game arena. But if people can't get her, then not only are you going to be in this situation here where I'm like, I can't even find fights, I won't even have a champion that's going to help me solve some of the fights that I could win. So that's the only thing I fear about Ronda. But I know you're going to be able to get her even after the expiration, which is this month, because I think they're going to do some sort of special promo code. At least that's what I've heard. So all fusion champions are available to pull. Yes. Anytime there's a fusion champion, you can always summon the fusion champion. I've seen people start a fusion and summon the fusion champion like in day 2. And they're like, can I do Hydra Boss? No. Hydra Boss is end game stuff, right? It's when you start getting like 50 plus level 60s. Do we think this is bait? Are we sure this isn't Odd One Gaming in disguise here with his Outrider? I feel like this is bait, right? Hey, Saf, I'm doing free to play and I only have Kale at 60. I pulled Azure and Brogni. I would 6-star Brogni. Literally, there is zero. I would actually say there's probably 0 situations that you would ever choose another champion over Brogni to level 60. Like, in literally any situation. So good, Brogni. He's like such a hard carry. He heals your team. He shields your team. You get damage from his passive. You get shield extension. You get block debuffs on a 3-turn cooldown. You get HP burn single target. Like, there is literally no situation where you would ever pick another champion over Brogni. He's so good. So good. Hey. You blocked it. You've got it stuck. What are you going to do? I know you want attention. You haven't had them all day. That's what this is. The cat is being cute. Can't really see it. She went off again. What are you doing? Oh. 1 second, guys. Let's just accept this. Keep it grinding. How do you like Abora? I think she's good. She's a pretty good champion. This is the bit of rope the cat will not lose. It goes everywhere with her. It's pretty mangled up now. It's from one of her scratching posts, but she carries it everywhere. No matter what I do, I can't get rid of it. It's like a child. We actually want to go to like a normal run. Just use that with I don't know, someone like you. No, Roro, because I'll show you a little trick. You're gonna love this trick. Nice, sell. Put him back in the... That's where he's been sitting. Can't make any, we've got to make more. Right, let's see where we are. Actually, let's just use up the energy so we don't have any refill, and then we will see where we are at. I need to make a bunch of level 2s here. While I entertain the cat at the same time. Honestly, you wouldn't believe Sea Kayak. Like, it goes everywhere. She had this bit of elastic. I don't really know what it was. It was like some sort of elastic off a letter I had, and that went everywhere for a while. I thought I'd get rid of it, and then all of a sudden it's reappeared upstairs. What? What? God. Silly beast. Oh, was I in the wrong one? Thank you. Oh. Oh, we only get silver. That's a shame. Brutal. Thank you for Sturgios. Big shout out for making me not mess that up. What are you doing? Up. There you go. Right, so let's use this up and then we're going to update. You're all set for CBC. Nice. So, Roro, the thing about player and play is you can define, if you use something like PayPal to pay for your stuff, which is what I use, so I pay through everything through PayPal, you can define what currency you're paying because you can change the location. Yes, a Diabolist. That's a 3-star chicken. You can change the location of your player and play so that you pay in dollars. You basically go into player and play, go into settings, you go into like payments, and then you can change a country. So you basically change the country from the United Kingdom to the United States, and now all of your pack prices come in USD. When you pay for it through player and play, you play through PayPal. PayPal does the transaction conversion. You know, it changes the currency for you. So you actually pay the equivalent in pounds in dollars. That's what I will do. John McCall. He does a bit Swift Cat, actually, now that you've mentioned it. He does. It's a spitting image of him. Yep, exactly, Pocket. I mean, for a while, I was always USD, but then the pound dropped really, really bad. And it meant that I was paying 1-to-1, so it was better to go back to pound. But now that they're going to hike the prices for pound, it's going to mean that it's better. Keep or sell 5-star Cruel Speed Boots. Substats are crit rate. Keep, I assume. I mean, it depends where your account level is, right? 5-star's a bit weak, but Cruel is hard to come by. If it rolls crit rate, it's really, really good, right? Are you close on the champion training tournament? I think other CCs are no lifting it for free Lego, which isn't bad, to be honest. It's still... Yeah, so... I'm guessing you say are no lifing it. I haven't done it on my main because there is a Sacred Panda Kraken in my group who's on 55,000 points, and I ain't grinding 55,000 points on my main for basically a golden Cornelia. But on my free-to-play, a golden Cornelia would help me get through a lot of different pieces of content, and he's a legendary champion, so I'm not going to say no. So I'm currently going for it on my free-to-play. We're going to have a bit of a burst count in a minute once I finish using up my energy here. I've actually only used about 250 gems as well tonight so far, and we've managed to get like 3,000 champion training points and like 250 gems, which is pretty good. It does work, Mark. I've done it before. Would you have done this grind if it had been for Rondo instead? Also golden? Probably Graffin. Because I'm double dipping, right? I'm doing the grind for the training at the same time as getting a golden reward. It would be a... I think Altan is a more interesting than champion than Rondo because of his ability to do crowd control. Like, I feel like he can solo content in the right settings. I feel like. A Paolini fan... Christopher Paolini. I assume you mean Inheritance Cycle. And if so, yes. I haven't read the book in ages. I really should go back and read them. Such a good book series. Like, I'm getting flashbacks tonight Swift Cut. I've done so much champion. This is the first time I've grinded on my free-to-play in about a month. In about 2 weeks. Proper grinded. Like, I mean, pushing really hard. I'll be honest. It's making me hate life. Let's just burn some of this. We've got some mystery shards. Yeah, we're going to have a look, Henry, at where I'm at in a second now. I don't know, Mark. So when I change it, like I can change on my free-to-play now. I'll show you. Let me just get this done. Right, so where are we at? Champion training. Mig Slayer started adding a few points. That's worrying. It could just be natural gain from doing like champion training and stuff, but he was at 1,200. I don't know whether these are Krakens or not, but we're at 8,357. What have we got in reserve? Let's have a look. So bruise wise, we're at 106. Force, we got 75. Magic, we got 87. Spirit, we got 36. I currently have at my beck and call 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fully maxed rank 4s ready to go. And in terms of food, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 4 stars. And I have 5 rank 5 chickens. So essentially 36, give or take. So I think this is the burst we have, right? At the moment. 9,000. No, that's the compensation barrel you get from doing it. I think this is where we're at. I got 9,000. Plus, obviously, you know, gem energy. Of course I would. So that's assuming I basically use all of my brews to make more rank 4s. The only thing is, I literally don't have enough rank 4s to make 11 rank 5s. Oh, is that 11 rank 5s? Yeah, I don't have enough rank 4s. I need to make more rank 4s, basically. Because if I want to just make 11 rank 5s, which is what I'm saying here, right? Then if I'm making 11, I need 4 rank 4s. Is that right? No. Is that the right one? Let me get this right now. To make a rank 5, I need 24 in a rank 4, which means if I want to upgrade it, I need 44 more rank 4s, right? Which is a problem, because I don't have 44 rank 4s. That's not available to me. Because I only have 31. And that 31 is going to be required to make the current rank 4s that I've got. So this burst potential is a lot lower, really. I'm at probably like 8,000. Which is enough to double my score. It's a lot. But realistically, I need to keep grinding. Even though I'm exhausted. Right, I'm kind of exhausted. No, I can't do the Oella fusion. I don't have the shards. I could put RSL Helper on overnight to basically just make some rank 4s on refill. That would get me some energy. We could do that. Because I don't mind burning the gems for this because it's training, right? It's worth it. This is why I've been keeping hold of gems in case I had something to do with them. I need to make... The thing I'm more concerned about RSL Help is will it work and not break on me? That's the only thing. I know Hellhades is thinking about it. He's it's very difficult, right? It's so difficult to know because I'm assuming the other guy's not going to burst, right? I'm assuming that I've got enough burst in my back pocket that the last minute I can jump in and sneak it. It's awful difficult to know for certain because I could have it, I might not. Upgrade rank. There's another rank 4. Now, obviously, all of these rank 4s are going to get partially leveled, so that's a lot of food XP to have there. Yeah, I mean, still going for one. Even if I get the epic book, it's still good. But this guy has not really pushed a lot of points, you know. Snook Knight has put himself to 10k, could be in staging position. So I'm pretty sure, unless someone comes out of the doldrums down here, which to be honest, you can always tell because is there any sort of player tags or anything like that? If these guys haven't started pushing yet, they're not going to because they're too low down, right? These guys are just too low down to even care. The ones you got to be careful of are the ones in this period here, which are like 2,000 to 6,000 because maybe they just burst at last minute. How ChatGPT would rate free to play, I know, right? No, they will fight. I'm not saying they won't, but what I don't know is whether or not the guy has enough burst. You've got to remember this is a low-level tournament. These aren't necessarily Kraken players. They may not have the resources to go for it. Oh, sorry. Professional streamer. So, like, you know, these players down here are like 800 points. They're not going to go for it. It'll be anyone from like 20 above. But I even think these guys are a bit too low. If they're within like 10,000, or well, not so much 10,000, if they're within like 8,000, 6,000, I think they're in. But you got to remember, this is like, as I said, a low-level tournament. It's only 9,500, so it's only level 50s and below. So it's very possible that a lot of these players either don't know what they're doing, don't know how to be efficient, or not Krakens. This guy could just be going for the book, and then he's gained natural points. Because every day you log and you have to do 7 campaign battles. Maybe you've got like champions doing masteries, or maybe you've got different like... Unless he hasn't gone above 10,000 in 3 days. He's been around about 10,000 in 3 days. Now, he could just be waiting and going if someone pushes last minute, I'll just burst. I don't know. But I feel like I can easily burst another 4,000 like that. That gets me really close, right? How far am I off at the moment? He's 11,357. I am currently 2,000. I'm 2,937. So if all I did right now was make my rank 4s into rank 5 and make my rank 5 into a rank 6, then I would basically be at plus... Yeah, damn it. I would be positive 295. So I would have a 2.3k point lead if all I did right now is consume my rank 4s into rank 5s and then take my rank 5s up to level 25 and then take my 2 of my rank 5s and make 2 rank 6s and then barrel my rank 6. That's what I'm saying, Doug. I don't know. Like, what you got to realize is the last time I did this for Kyoku, I outbursted someone by 30,000 points in the last 15 minutes. It's very difficult to know. Yeah, Greenia. That includes basically putting partial leveling into my rank 4s, putting partial leveling into my rank 5s, and fully leveling one rank 6 with my barrel. Because I'll just barrel someone for the sake of it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly, Dan DeBay. I'm in a category where people might think they've got a comfortable lead and they won't expect it. I am going to be streaming 8 hours from now, right? I got a feeling I will be. I kind of want to push a little bit more, but it's like 1 in the morning. I really need to eat, and if I'm going to be up early to do this, I need to sleep. So, but I feel like there's a chance I can get him, you know? And, you know, he's not the best champion in the world. Like, don't get me wrong. It's not like it's pulling a Kyoku or pulling a Krisk, but one, he's an AoE champion. So he's AoE, meaning Faction Wars, Dark Elf plus Alternate the Shell, easy. This, I feel like, is really strong with this ability. It feels like what you should do with this champion... Sorry, I'm not even showing the right screen. I feel like this champion, you AoE everyone, you put them to sleep, and then you come and you pick on someone, you kill them. And then you A1 someone else, and then you put them back to sleep. The only thing is, without a Weller, I wonder how much he can do this, because where's he getting the continuous heals from? The only thing he doesn't do is provide himself continuous heals. Like, him with a Wither would be pretty nasty. Him with someone else who does continuous heals. Like, actually, when you think about it, right? This passive works with continuous heals. Which champion do I have that has continuous heals? Pretty good, right? Why did I go for Kyoku? She's actually the best ally protect in the game, and I wanted her for content. And I thought it'd be quite cool to do a video series. I'm actually starting to use her a little bit more now. She's actually quite good for Go Second as well. She's a bit awkward to use in Clan Boss because of her extra turn, but she's actually really good in Arena Go Second, because when she gets going, she's hard to defeat. She's still better than the new one, yeah, probably. She nullifies half the Clan Boss damage. She straight up reduces it, like makes it go away. Like, because she can't die. She's an ultimate tank. Like, the concept of absorbing 50% of the Clan Boss's overall damage and it goes into block damage and it just goes boom is insane. But you imagine, like, a Rogrim places continuous heal, right, for 2 turns. And then what does he do? Has a 15% chance of decreasing his cooldown every time a continuous heal goes off. It's like built in poor man's reflex. With lots of healing on himself. You know? I feel like he could be quite good. For my account. I'm not saying he's a very good champion, but an A1 decreased defense, great. Take that. Okay, the aura's not great. I would actually consider booking him, because the thing is, this is quite good. Do you know how difficult it is to get 100% crowd control without books on a champion? 100% chance to place a sleep. Okay, he needs accuracy. Fine. Accuracy ban will help. I feel like it could be good. Arena check. I think I can beat that. Who do you think would be a logical guaranteed ancient event? Probably will be a champion from the next champion set. If we can't kill her, let's do that, because I feel like I can afford to do that. Because she's going to do that. That's fine. And then I can kill her. I thought I could kill her. Can we please kill? No. Okay. Can we try and down? Thank you. Yeah, cool. Bye, Demitha. Okay. Demitha doesn't want to die just yet. Can we... Take her out. Thank you. That's bait. I actually feel like I can do arena fights. See how amazing this feels. I don't even care if it's gold 1. Just like being able to actually fight in arena. Yeah, you're dead. Yeah, the stream is still on, but it will be ending pretty soon. Right, so, you know, I think I have to put on auto battle, I think. I'm going to have to load a RSL helper overnight. Just get another rank 4 set going. I'll probably do enough to get these rank 3s to rank 4, and then I'm going to take 3 rank 4s fully up. And we'll see where we go from there. Yeah. But we're in a good position. I could wake up and I'm 15,000 points behind, which, you know, we'll find out. Nice spike. Arbiter's big pull. Are we really live at 1? Yes, because I'm getting baited by Altan, and my balance of my life is going out the window again because of Altan. I'm at the wrong difficulty here, probably, aren't I? Because he's a level 84. Forgot to change oh no, I'm on brutal. What time does the tournament end? Let's actually do a countdown clock. Where is it? How long have we got left? 9 hours and 28 minutes. Okay, so... Oops. Got the time. So now. Oops. Now. And we've got 9 hours, 28 minutes, 25, 28. So the official end time for me is this. 10:31 tomorrow morning. Is the official end time, which is 1 hour into clan versus clan, so I will be able to double dip in my clan versus clan points and get all that training done and everything else. It's a shame I don't have any rares to book. Not that it's many points, but it's still like 125 points, but I just don't have any rare champions to book. I might book Judge, maybe. You know, we'll see. YOLO pulled a Sacred, pulled Pythian. Oh, wow, yeah. John, 2 Pythians? Amazing. You can build them in different ways. Pythian is like Brogni. You can have more than one and still use him. Like Kaimar's the same way, right? Nekrat. There's a couple of champions in this game that having more than one at 60 is really good, and Pythian is in that list. I'm not sleeping, waiting for champion train to end. Nobody will swoop. What time of day is it where you are, Unpaid Seclusion? How long are you going to be awake for? I mean, the nose knows. If you log into the game a couple of hours after the tournament starts, you do, right? So I logged into the game 3 hours later, Actually, it was terrible for my free-to-play because I logged into the game 3 hours later than when everyone started the free-to-play. Everyone started at 10 a.m. I logged in and created my account at like 3 p.m., which meant that my novice tournament lasted 3 more hours than Never. Never's account got the Fire Knight tournament for the Pythian fusion. My account didn't, because his account was basically done with the novice tournament 3 hours earlier. So you can manipulate the start and end times of your tournament a little bit, depending on when you log in, but it's not always the case. It's why the global leaderboards take a few days to sort themselves out, because people start in different time zones and different dates, and it has to regulate itself. But yeah, 10:31, so I'm going to set my alarm for 8:30. I'm going to set my alarm for. Make sure that goes off, so we don't miss it, because, you know, I've known to miss start and end times from time to time. I'm going to put on auto tonight 3 level 40s to take straight to 40. Won't be an awful lot, because I haven't actually got that many. I need to make more level 4s than I need to actually use level 4s. But hey, we'll make some level 4s. We can always use the brews to make more level 4s, right? So I'm going to take 3 level 4s. I'm going to let it run, because it will probably take an hour on auto farm anyway. I've never used the food swap on RSL help. I don't even know whether that works, to be honest. I've never used it. I've no idea how it works, so. But I feel like 3 level 40s is probably a good idea. That's the thing, right? I've got enough level 4s right now to just about make... I don't even have enough level 2s here. It's really frustrating. I've got enough level 4s right now just to make what I've got, which is a problem, really. I need more level 4s than I need to. Like, if I max 3 level 40s, then obviously I need to find 3 more level 40s for the rest of my rank 4 food to work, which is not a problem. I can do it. But it would just require an awful lot of effort. So I'm like... in an ideal world, I'd find 44 more level 4s, but that's really hard to do. You know, I don't even have enough brews to make 44 level 4s. So, maybe I can get RSL Helper to do natural gains as well for me. Ideally, I'd wake up in about 10,000 points, right? So all my burst is bonus. That would be the ideal situation. Ooh, someone did ask how much silver have I got for this as well, right? I need to work that out. Do I have enough silver to be able to use all my brews and everything? It's really dumb to me that it costs silver to use a brew, but there you go. Such is the way that Raid works. Everything costs silver, apart from ascending, for some bizarre reason. Let's have a look. Oh, Jesus, mate. Don't ruin your life. Please don't get a negative experience if you don't get this champion, and don't put yourself in a hole. It's not healthy. 30 hours is not healthy to be awake. How many points are you sitting on unpaid seclusion? Like, how far behind or far ahead are you? Oh man, it's actually very expensive for silver. How much is one brew? One brew is 7,000. So total 9. Times 7,000. Right, so in terms of using all of my brews, it's going to cost me 2.1 million silver. I have 3.5. I have no idea what the expense of upgrading is. 9,600. So I should be enough with 3.5 million silver. It's going to be borderline though. It's not. I'll be honest. It's not comfortable. Oh, really all rank ones. How many green shards have I got? 173. I'm pretty comfortable. Let's make a burst of these, so I can see if I can get some rank 2s on the board. Save me some. Gotta be careful I don't overuse some of these, because obviously I don't have infinite amounts of green shards. It's okay though, the clan shop resets tomorrow, so if I need silver I can always buy some silver from Clan Gold. It's not ideal, but you know, needs must. If in doubt, Clan Gold it out. Right, let's go summon all these. Yeah, it will auto sell my gear. I'll put it on auto sell everything. That's better. Right, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4 rank 3s there. Cool. Let's use up some energy here. So basically, guys, in 17 minutes, I'm about to get 250 energy from player and play points. We like it. Let's just put these rank 3s through here. Oh. The training should get you some cushion. Some of the early CVC will get me some stuff as well, right? Because we'll probably get a couple of tiers in the first hour if everyone's burst in. So I'll get a few chickens in there, I think. I don't know what rank we'll be in. We might be in tier 2, but maybe tier 1. Unfortunately, I just don't have the books, which kind of sucks. Because I've been using epic books to try and book a Rogrim. $30k points, 10k points ahead and still pushing. Oof, yeah. You're in a... If someone's got 20k points, that's a burst potential. It's a stressful situation to be. Good luck. I hope you get it. I've been there. It's not a fun experience. Oops. I'm going to get rid of... Another rank 4. Ugh, I've done so many rank 4s, I can't even tell you. See, he's not put any points. I think he's just naturally gained some. I feel like I can sneak in and swoop this in from beneath their feet. My confident, cocky self. I need another level 3. Group leader is 48 points. Your group leader is 48 points. Or 48,000, I was going to say. Like, 48 points, I'd be sniping the heck out of that. I'd be all over that. Good lord. Almost had me then. Yeah, like, literally on my main account, it was so easy because within, like, 3 hours, the Sacred Panda guy was at 23k. And everyone else was like 200. I was like, yeah, I'm not bothering. He's now at 56k. I'm like, yeah, you're okay, mate. You have your alternate the shell if that's what you want. I'm not that bothered about it. Though in my shard luck, I'll end up pulling him on shards on my main account before I pull anything else. Now that Necret's taken all my luck for the next 6 months. God, like training though is brutal. To think the odd one in that has been doing this like hours upon hours on end. I've only done it for one night and I already want to bash my head against a brick wall. So the way that I'm looking at my burst right now, I've got 2 pots of burst. I've got a pot of 5,000, which is what I already have. That's not using any brews, apart from maybe like a bit of energy to partial level food and maybe use the barrel. But I've got 5,000 burst that I've got in one pot. And then pot 2 is emergency burst, which is using brews, right? Which is a lot more complicated to use because I've got to make up different champs. So pot 1 will be used by default. Pot 2 won't. Pot 2 is a backup pot. I only need to overcome around about 2,500 points probably by the time I wake up tomorrow. Maybe 2,000. So I've got basically double my requirement if nobody pushes. So I should be in a good position. I mean, I'd be happy with a Yumiko. I think Yumiko potentially is even stronger than Baron to some extent. Yeah, Greenier. So for my main account, I did, in the end, 56,000 points over like 5 days. And it was basically training non-stop. But it's basically a lot of prep work, right? Which is kind of what I've done on this tournament here, but a bit quieter. A lot of prep work, which is basically keep making food, store the food, make more food, store the food. When I did my Kyoku push, I had about 40 rank 5s just waiting to go. Partial level. Take them to 60. Boom. Brews. I used a couple of barrels. I had a feast that I could use. That's kind of like what you do. You're basically just, in these training tournaments, you keep yourself in contention if you're going to go for it. Set up yourself a pot of burst like I've done in this, and then you unleash it in the last like 30 minutes. Basically just swoop in. They've started doing some packs today's end streams, which are better than normal, I would say. Yeah, I actually, at the start of this Draken, I was a bit low on mystery shards, and a lot of people were saying, how are you low on mystery shards? I was like, I'm struggling to keep hold of them. It's a bit better now. Like, you'll notice I'm using a lot of my 1-star, I'm making 1-star food into 2-star because I'm worried about my mystery shard count. I'm trying to keep it at around about 140, 150. Nice 5-star chicken. What, you mean the legendary he pulled? Which champion was it in the end that he pulled? Because he's not allowed to use it in his rules, right? He's only using Telerian champions. Oh, I wouldn't be comfortable on 14,000 lead, Luke. Not unless it's a low-level account. Oh, yes, Jorgid, yeah. Jorgid the Broken. But because it's not in the Telerian faction, you can't use it. Yeah, you get to that point, right, Unpaid, where you've invested emotionally and heavily into it. You're at this position now where you're just like, I can't afford to lose because I feel like I put so much into it, which is like even worse. Because if you never started, like my main account, I'm not even stressed because I haven't even bothered. I probably will jump on the main account to try and get the legendary book before it ends, right? Just burst a few points out because I only need like 3,000 points. It won't be too much. But in terms of like they're going for the Altan, I don't really give a crap. It's like I never went from it. I haven't invested anything into it. I don't feel having emotional. But if you've like been competing all this time, it must be it's a horrible feeling if you feel like you need to keep chasing the game. Does it have 2 times campaign objectives? Does it really? Nice. I've no idea what the form when you see the 60 packs are. I've only had they keep throwing the 25 void pack. They keep throwing the 24 ancient shards for like £54 or something around. They keep throwing that out there. So another 4-star. Where are we up to? let's make a little leaderboard down here. Oops. Loves me in XL. Where would I be without my XL, right? Oops. Oh, I need to do it the other way. Okay, so whoops, need to lock these in place. Greater than 0 is a green. Boom. Format in there. Boom. Got a nice little leaderboard here. Is Errol better nuke than Magnar? Yes, because you can buff Errol, you cannot buff Magnar. However, Magnar doesn't require setup and Magnar is tankier, so the context is important. If you want a straight damage versus damage, Errol beats Magnar. If you want more usability, Magnar might be useful in a team where Errol requires more setup. TLDR. XL's a genius, right? I'm walking out now and have stopped chasing Oella. I mean, that's fair, mate. You don't want to go too ham. Arena fights, yes. So, right now, we're in the green. Burst 1 puts me with 2.7k lead. Burst with both puts me at 6.8k lead. This is probably bait. It's totally bait. Just because you got the arena aura. That one might not be. This one might not be bait. On Ronda doing a bit of punching there. Oof. Now we just got to kill this. Do you know what the worst thing to fight in this game is? Retaliation Delianas. The amount of retaliation Delianas I've been baited by and lost to is obscene. It's actually offensive to me. Look at that win rate right now, 87%. Pretty healthy. I've actually fought a decent amount. I feel like I'm making progress on this free to play. So 9 hours from now, we are going to get up at 8:30 tomorrow, which is in about 7 hours. Hopefully, we're going to be still in this situation. I'm going to put 3 4-stars on a food farm overnight. And then when I wake up, hopefully, we will be, ideally, what I'd like to be is in around about 9,500 when I wake up. Ideally. Because that's the book at least acquired, right? And then I can make a decision as to whether I invest further or not. Yeah, I know I'm terrible at singer. I need to start pulling back my streaming hours amongst everything else, but this one is a special one. So I think we're in a good spot, right? If I can get to 9,000 points overnight, you know, that'll be good. I'm waiting 4 minutes because I'll pick up my clear and play energy. And hopefully it was good. What time do you normally get up on a Tuesday? Like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock-ish, mullet. I'm a better as a nighttime worker anyway. Wix, what's Wix saying? Oh, Wix is in for a snipe. Let's find out how many points Wix has got. I'm nearly at level 50. Big deal. Big moment. Shame I can't get that. That rank 4 chicken is really horrific, just sitting there staring at me. Avenging Skullcrown. I've actually got my blender in Avenging gear. So I have Skullcrown and Sinatria in Avenging. It's actually quite toxic. Errol or Gembo for Arena Nuka. I feel like Gembo and Errol. I don't think it's one or the other. You use Gembo when you're fighting Leorius or when you're fighting people you think will have Swift Parry. Skullcrowns. Those types of champions. And then Errol if you need more raw output of damage. But Errol's affinity is an issue where Gembo isn't. It's a very difficult decision. It depends on the team you're fighting. I can't really answer like one way or the other. It's pretty terrible, right? Like, I've already bypassed rares. The only champion I think I can probably book as a rare champion is going to be... I suppose I could book Spirit Host. Do I just book Spirit Host now? I don't really feel like she gains much from a book. I feel like maybe I book this dude for this ability. Or maybe I just bring Judge in and book Judge. Right? I will use my rare books tomorrow. Just to get a few extra points. Right? I've got 5 of them. I'm not going to use my legendary, but... Right, let me just set up RSL Helper here. Never used RSL Helper's food level and things, so maybe you guys can help me figure out how to do this damn silly thing. Abyssal, yeah, I've kept Abyssal because I think he'll be quite good eventually. Yeah, exactly. I got some good raids that I can book at least. I don't really feel like Spirit Host is worth a book. I don't really feel like she gives, like, I don't really feel like she needs the book. Can't beat 120. Mullet, I'm stuck on 50. I can't beat the damn 50 Griffin. If you can help me figure that out. Right, so. How does this food thing work? How many points is Wix on? He's for... Ooh. Snipeable. Masteries. Yeah, probably you're right. Mullet, you're right. You know. You're right. But guess what I got baited into doing? This silly little frigging champion training bollocks. I shouldn't say that. That's bad. That's a swear word. But it's late. Right, so how does this food thing work? Tell me, good people, how doth one do this food swap in Malarkey? Multi-level XP. Okay, so I guess we set that. That one? Why is it only showing me this? Oh, there we go. The only problem is, I feel like I need more space. Can I chuck some people in a vault? Yes, let's chuck some 4 stars in a vault here. Let's do it. And you go chill out in the vault. There's some more reserve vault there. Oh, come here, it's gonna take me forever to figure out what I need to get rid of here. Go on, all you little monkeys, get in that vault. Nice. Nice. That gives me a lot more space to summon some champions. Well, the waves are actually fine, Mullet, if I bring Hosquirrel. If I don't bring Hosquirrel, then the waves struggle, right? So Hosquirrel is good enough to deal damage on the boss, I feel. For your Americans across the pond, what does that mean? It basically means... Oh, I've got to wait 29 minutes for my free refill. That's terrible. It basically means like crap, damn. You know, it's like a curse to say that. Right, so... Yeah, I mean, if I want to set ad revenue, I shouldn't, like, swear. so, basically... Why is that? Go away. Right, so... I mean, this isn't up to date. Oh, there we go. Right, so how does this work, guys? I've never used this before. Why are my 4 stars shown here? I don't have any 4 stars in my inventory. They're all in my vault now. Why am I seeing... Anyone want to help me? Why am I seeing 4 stars when they're not, like, there? How do I hide them? How do I just, like... That says show vault. Where does it say show vault? Help me. Oops, pressed the wrong button. Right, use vault champions. No. But then it shows me the champions in the vault. Let me just run it. Yes, you keep telling me about a special progress pack that I'm not allowed to buy because of the rules that Hellhades has put in place, which ruins my fun of this game. But that's the life. Right, let's just do that. I don't even... This is the new beta version, which looks quite cool. I just don't know how all the things work. Right. There we go. Right, okay, so... This apparently is all the food that I have in my thing. I feel like I need... I feel like I need to make, like, more space. The problem is, if I buy more space, it's a lot of silver that I actually probably... kind of don't have... I mean, that's only 180,000. That's 144. But all of these food, this is all food I need to use. Maybe I just like manual some of these 1 stars for the time. I don't know. That's the only problem with like an early level account. Right? I don't have an awful lot of space to queue up lots of food. If I just do a couple of 1 stars, it's going to be done within 20 minutes. It's not worth it. It needs to be like longer. So I don't know. Because ideally I want to convert all these 1 stars into 2 stars and all these 2 stars into 4 stars. Yeah. What I'm saying is, because I've got a lot of 1 stars at the moment, if I was to set just the 1 stars up, then it's going to get done very quickly. Yeah, I was having problems with the non-beta one, so I was speaking with Farb. and he said, "Oh, just try the beta one." And actually, I prefer the beta interface to the old one. The old one was always like nasty. Yeah, it's more a case of I just feel like what's the best way to do this here is if I pull out 3 4 stars. Let me go and select this and say, okay. Should run this once. Yeah. So what I'm thinking of doing is basically getting enough of the 1 star so they become 2 stars, then do a bunch of the 2, then do basically all of the 2 stars, and then do the 4 stars. That should like get me enough runs for like an hour and a half, I would have thought. So let's just test this now, right? So if I want to max out that, and then we want to max out this. Right, so I've selected those. Oh my god, what the hell is all this? What is this? This is confusing. Ugh. What the hell? This is where UX is not good, guys, okay? Lesson here about UX design. This is too many options with no instructions. Like, what the hell does... I'm assuming level limit means partially level the food. Is that right? How close am I to first place? Let me just see now. Yeah, but Excel is stuff I know. I don't give... If you notice then, I never give out an Excel document that I feel is too complicated for people to understand. And I always try to summarize it. It's like, what? So I don't really care about level limiting right now because I just want to make max stars, right? I'm not really worried about level limit. I just want to basically max some food. This is where I'm at, Wix. This is where I'm at. I feel like I'm in for a shout. So do you just select them and then just press go? Is that what you do? So I've selected my champions. I set food. Do I need to like... I don't need to do all to max or next, do I? I just need to leave like that. And then auto refill, auto sell. Let me just check my sell settings. I should just have like sell everything. So we don't want to keep anything. Yeah, sell everything. And then auto refill. And press go. Okay, so that's going. Let's see if it does it. Let's see if it behaves. I think oversell slows it down. I suppose I could, like... Does it really matter? I don't need to oversell because I'm not limited on inventory space, right? I'm just keeping it open because I want to see if it works. Yeah, the auto sales is pretty good, I like it. But But I could just leave it, right? It depends on how many runs it's going to do. If it's going to do like 1,000 runs, then I could have a lot of artifacts. But it's probably not going to do 1,000 runs. At best, it's going to do like maybe 500 runs, which is fine. I think it's fine though. It's pretty fast. Like, I'm not in an urgent rush to get things done. I just want to wake up and have some training done. But it's swapping food so far. Seems like it's working. It's time... No, not really. All I want to do, sibling, is just set up some food so that I'm not wasting the hours that I'm asleep. I just want to have some partial run. Yeah, I do want to use gems, Raz. I don't mind using some gems here, right? I'd want to use some. Because otherwise it's just not going to get me an awful lot of training done. I'll get like maybe 100 points. Yeah, I think auto sell's fine. As people have said, like, the bait is a lot quicker, yeah? Like, I'm just going to stop it now because it's working. So all I want to do is edit the team. So, like, the thing is, when I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, well, it doesn't really matter if I use gems because I'll have food. The energy is tradable. It's for food, right? So it's going to benefit me long term. Even if I don't have a champion I want to instantly rank 6, I'll have the food there. How many runs is this going to require? 21. Shiva doesn't estimate how many runs it's going to require. That would be quite cool. I don't know. We'll leave it there, guys. Did I want to run? Yeah, I basically... Let me just load up a bunch of rank 1s here. Let's just take it down to like... We'll do 30 champions in total. A bunch of rank 2s, all the rank 4s. No, we need to do it in 3s, right? Yeah, 10 champions, 30 champs. We're good. Okay. Well, guys, it's 1:42 in the morning. It's 5.5 hours into the stream. I'm going to get some sleep. If we're still in for a shout when I wake up in about... 8:30... 6 hours, then I will be doing a push stream in the morning. Special 1 hour stream. My brain is poof. If not, I'll just go on Discord and say, yeah, we're not going to do it. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, thanks guys for the help. And I'm going to get some rest. Congrats on hitting 100 on your main. Alt 10 in the morning, clan versus clan. We're going for the win. Have a nice rest, guys. I'll see you in a bit. Really, literally in a bit.